Morning, folks. We're going to get started in just a minute or two. These are the folks we expect to have available at the start. Just looking around. I believe so. Ms. Westgate?
Yes, I was just going to say, I believe that petitioner's witnesses are here.
Great, thank you. All right, before we get started, my understanding is there's some issues associated with the witnesses. Not everyone apparently got the notice of hearing. So my understanding is that there's some question about some questions about availability for Mr. Badgedeck, if I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but.
It's Bidek. Yes,
Bidek.
that's true.
Mr.
Yes,
Bidek?
Mr. Bidek is only available after 1:30 as he's appearing in a conference this morning.
Okay. And then Mr. Boucher is only available this morning, is that correct, Mr. Guzman?
That's correct. He has a conflict after 1 p.m. And so he would be available if there are any questions from the commission or commission staff this morning.
Okay, and nobody had indicated any cross for Mr. Boucher, so that would only be questions from commission.
That's fine.
Okay. And then, did I hear something about Mr. Wheeler being unavailable?
Our only other witness who has not received any cross-examination time is Mr. Jordan. He is available at any time. We don't have any other constraints, but there was I was raised with the hearing officer whether Mr. Jordan and Mr. Busher may be excused if there are any if there are no questions for them.
Thank you. And then my understanding is none of the parties have questions for, is it Ms. Ton as well, for the petitioners?
That's our understanding.
Great. All right. Give us just 2 minutes for commission staff to huddle. We can see if we can excuse some of these witnesses. Be right back. Thank you. Thanks. Just give a minute for other folks to get back. Just waiting for Commissioner Allen. Great, thanks. All right, so Commission does not have any questions for Ms. Ton, Mr. Boucher, or Mr. Jordan. So they do not need to appear today. We'll get into admitting their testimony subsequently. We also have the question, the other logistical question, my understanding, involves the joint list of all exhibits and pre-filed testimony. What I'm inclined to do, unless there's any objection, is just admit all the stipulated pre-filed testimony exhibits today, with the note that there was a commission order this past Friday, and that parties will be filing an updated list of pre-filed testimony and exhibits, and we will subsequently alter the list that we admit today. Understand it's a little procedurally, just trying to be efficient rather than list every single piece of testimony that might or might not be admitted.
I think that makes sense for the exhibits and testimony that were subject to being refiled with redlining, and then on top of that, petitioner would just like to restate its objection to the other materials that it had objected to in the motion to strike, just to preserve that objection. So maybe we can just do that on the record.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Anything else we should talk about before we go on the record? Not seeing anything. Is it Kim or Joanne today?
It's Kim. Yep, I'm here, and I don't have a picture, but I'm here.
And you're all set?
I am.
Great, thanks very much. All right. Good morning. This is an evidentiary hearing in case number 23-1447, petition of Vermont Real Estate Holdings LLC for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248 for a 20 megawatt ground mounted solar array in Shaftsbury, Vermont. My name is Ed McNamara. I'm chair of the Vermont Public Utility Commission. With me are Commissioners Margaret Cheney and Riley Allen. We also have in attendance today Commission staff, including Micah Howe, Kelly Martone, and Daniel Burke. I'll start by taking appearances. Department, please.
Good morning, Eric Guzman on behalf of the Department of Public Service.
Thank you. ANR.
Don Einhorn for the Agency of Natural Resources.
Thank you. Shaftsbury Solar, please.
Morning, Victoria Westgate from SRH Law, representing petitioner VT Real Estate Holdings 1 LLC. And with me today, also representing the petitioner, are Jeff Hand and Paul Quackenbush of SRH Law. And we also have in attendance for the petitioner Reed Wills from Sun East Development, and our witnesses Adam Crary, Stephanie Wyman, Lisa Potter, Mike Willard, and Debbie Glick. And Mr. Videk will join later this afternoon.
Thank you. For the interveners.
Hi, I'm Kit Auschnitt, and I'm here on behalf of all of the interveners. I have with me Bob Amelang, Samantha Anderson, and Rob Moore.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Algus. I'm an intervener.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Mr. Algus, when Mr. Auschnitt said that he represented all interveners, it was the landowners, correct? Not, for example, you're not represented by us, Mr. Auschnitt. Is that correct?
Well, I'm a landowner.
Are you
On Holy Smoke
representing?
Yes,
sorry?
Yes, Michael is being represented by me.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Bent?
Meryl Bent here for the town of Shaftsbury.
Great, thank you. Right. Anybody else that I'm missing? Not seeing that. All right, so we had, this is a remote web-based scheduling, or sorry, it's not a scheduling, evidentiary hearing. So instructions for the procedures that we're going to be using today were included in a pre-hearing memo that was circulated to the parties on July 8th. And before we start the hearing, do any parties have any questions about the procedures that we use today? Or any objections? Not seeing any. As a reminder, we request that the parties' representatives and attorneys keep their cameras turned on during the entire hearing. Witnesses should have their cameras on and microphones unmuted only when called to testify. All other attendees of the hearing are requested to keep their cameras off and microphones muted during the hearing. So we had a quick discussion before we went on the record about evidentiary stipulations. So Shaftsbury Solar filed a document to EPUC, I believe it was July 8th, if I'm remembering correctly, includes a stipulated list of all the pre-filed testimony and exhibits. Subsequent to when that list was filed, the commission issued an order this past Friday on July 12th, I believe, striking some testimony and exhibits. So from a procedural perspective, we're going to admit stipulated Exhibit 1 into the evidentiary record. This includes all of the pre-filed testimony. We do note that this is subject to the Commission's July 12th order, and that our understanding is parties will be filing a revised list that includes all of the testimony that's still in effect. In other words, it would be removing the testimony and exhibits that we struck this past Friday. And Ms. Westgate, I believe you'd want to make a statement here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shaftsbury Solar would just like to restate its objection to the materials that were objected to in its motion to strike, filed on, I believe, July 10th. We understand that the Commission has issued an order on that, but we just would like to restate our objection for the record in order to preserve it. And again, note that the interveners need to refile the testimony conforming to the order, and we would object to the testimony until we've seen and confirmed that.
Understood. Thank you. Any other objections beyond what Ms. Westgate just articulated? All right, not seeing anything and understanding Ms. Westgate's objection, the Commission is admitting stipulated Exhibit 1 and the pre-filed testimony and exhibits, with the understanding that parties will be filing an updated version subsequently. Any other evidentiary issues that we need to talk about before we get going? All right, so also on July 8th, Shaftsbury Solar filed a witness list, proposed cross-examination times that was developed by all the parties. So for today's hearing, we plan to have witnesses called in the order that they're included on that list, with the likely exception or possible exception of witness Badic, we understand is presenting at a conference this morning. So any other issues we need to talk about before Shaftsbury calls its first witness? Not seeing anything. Ms. Westgate? Oh, sorry, Mr. Einhorn.
Yes, Mr. Kosker is not going to be available, I thought until afternoon, but after 1. I just found out he's testifying in some legislative committee, I understand.
Understood, thank you. My guess is at this point, we probably won't get to him until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Mr. Hand, did I see you go off mute?
I was just getting ready to call our first witness, but maybe jump the gun.
No, thank you. And which one of you is leading up today? Ms. Westgate, Mr. Hand?
Ms. Westgate is first chair. We'll be splitting the witnesses in the cross-examination.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Hand, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. Petitioner calls Reed Wills to the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Wills.
Good morning.
I'm going to swear you in, so would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Wills. Can you please state your name and your position for the record?
Yes, my name is Reed Wills. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Sun East Development, and my responsibility for the project is a project manager.
Great, thank you. And you've submitted pre-filed testimony, supplemental testimony, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any corrections to make to any of that testimony?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnet, I believe that
Yes, I'll be asking the question. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, let's, in your direct pre-filed testimony of answer 13, you stated that, quote, operation of the project will be performed by a qualified third party and will be managed remotely and requires no full or part-time personnel on the site, end quote. As of this hearing, have you selected that qualified third party?
We have not.
If, and that third party may well be an out-of-state business, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And may I, do I need to enter this? Okay. Question 2. The fuel used for tree removal and chipping and potentially splitters and sawmills was not included in Shaftsbury Solar's avoided emissions analysis, was it?
That is my understanding.
Number 3. And continuing with questions regarding avoided emissions analysis, petitioner did not include vehicle emissions during transport to the site and vehicle and equipment emissions during construction in that analysis, correct?
Ms. Glick will be available later and has the details, but I do believe that is correct.
Okay. Number 4, and although there will be greenhouse gas emissions associated with the release of stored carbon from construction activities related to tree, stone, and soil management, petitioner does not have project-specific calculations concerning such emissions, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, number 5, and decommissioning activities may result in greenhouse gas emissions, but petitioner also does not have project-specific calculations concerning these activities, correct?
That is correct.
Number 6, Shaftsbury Solar does not intend to remove the residents and outbuildings on the property, correct?
That is correct.
Will someone be residing in the residence?
That has not been determined.
Or will it be used for business purposes?
Has not been determined as of this time.
Are steps being taken to maintain it during the life of the project? That is there that the residents and outbuildings will not decay and become an eyesore?
Yes, we've hired somebody from the community to check in on the property and make us aware of any issues that are associated with it, and we are funding any concerns that he raises.
Okay. Number 7, you indicated in response to our discovery questions that at intervener petitioner 154 that you are willing to include milkweed planting on site for butterfly habitat, that you are willing to consider third-party apiary services on site, and may allow and engage sheep grazing, plant milkweed, bring in beekeepers, or allow grazing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Number 8, have you refined any of your plans with regard to sheep grazing, planting milkweed, and beekeeping?
We have not.
Number 9, transport of materials to and from Shaftsbury Solar Site is dependent on a V-Trans permit for direct access to Route 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
Number 10, has the V-Trans permit been granted?
It has not.
When do you expect to be granted the V-Trans permit?
In the next 30 to 60 days.
do you plan to proceed with the project in the absence of the V-Trans permit?
At this point, I believe the V-Trans permit is considered a stipulation that we have agreed to for the project. To the extent there would not be issued, and we have no indication that we will not receive that permit, we would then have to come back to the commission with an alternate plan.
Okay. Number 12, Freepoint Solar has submitted a proposal to sell the project power to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has the proposal been accepted?
It has not.
Number 13, in the 2.3 siting section of the proposal, the Shaftsbury Solar site is described as, quote, currently undeveloped land consisting primarily of open fields with the exception of a small unoccupied residence, also owned by the project, next to the entrance. Given that 45.5 acres of forest are expected to be cut, more than half of the developed area, do you admit that this is a misleading description of the site?
I do not admit.
Okay. Your pre-filed, number 14, your pre-filed testimony, exhibit SSRW-3, equipment specs, states that Trina Vertex solar panels proposed for the project have a 30-year warranty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
15, in your exhibit SSRW-3A, the equipment spec sheets for the Ninja inverter, the manufacturer does not show any warranty or expected lifetime information, correct?
I believe that to be the case.
16, and in your pre-filed testimony exhibit SSRW3, the equipment specs states that the generator step-up transformers, GSU transformers, proposed for the project have a 3-year warranty and a 25-year life. Is that correct?
I'll accept that as fact.
That's it. Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Auschnitt. We actually do, I believe the commission does have some questions for Mr. Wills. I'll just start off with a couple and then I'll turn to staff and other commissioners. So, Mr. Wills, your response to Mr. Auschnitt's question on Connecticut deed procurement was simply that the proposal has not been accepted yet. Do you understand or are you aware of any specific timeline associated with that proposal?
Yes, initially the RFP that was issued assumed a June 30 decision date. Connecticut advised the parties that they would likely reach a decision by the end of July.
Great, thank you. Also, given the change in Vermont's renewable energy standard, have you had any discussions with Green Mountain Power or any other utility about selling the products from the site to those utilities?
We've had general discussion with Green Mountain Power. I would tend to say more casual. I have regular meetings with Green Mountain Power every other week, but that's with their engineering staff to ensure that the interconnection facilities are being developed in an appropriate manner consistent with their standards, since they will own a portion of those. So I speak with them on a regular basis. We have not spoken with them since the veto was overturned and it became fairly clear that this would become law.
Great, thank you. Regarding the GMP substation, you just noted that you have regular meetings with GMP's engineering staff. And just to make sure I heard properly, this is to ensure that any construction or design, and then assuming, first, I'll just stop there. Any design is consistent with GMP's planning requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's two standards we really need to meet. The first is we have a contract that is with ISO New England and Green Mountain Power, and that contract has, basically the infrastructure requirements at a conceptual level and certain assumptions within it. So we need to be consistent with those standards, and then as we go into detailed design, we review with GMP on a regular basis those design drawings. And in the case of the protective measures, we're taking this 3-breaker ring bus. That will be a piece of equipment that will be owned by Green Mountain Power. It will be paid for by the project, but it will be owned by Green Mountain Power. So that clearly has to meet all of their internal standards. So in that case, that it's quite specific that they are reviewing and approving.
So my apologies if I misheard this. Did you say that GMP would own the ring bus,
Yes, sir.
but not the remainder of the substation? Is that correct?
Right. There's a demarcation where we have facilities to basically prepare the condition the electricity so it is at the same transmission voltage, and that facility will be in our title, and then we'll go across the fence to the protective measures, which is the 3-breaker ring bus.
Thank you. It's the only questions I have. Commissioner Cheney?
Yes, thank you. So on page 7 of your pre-filed, you say that the RECs, the renewable energy credits, have not yet been contracted. Do you have an expected timeline for that decision?
When we made our proposal into Connecticut, DEEP, it included the sale of both power and renewable energy credits. So we would expect, I can't, in my experience, these timelines sometimes, continue to get pushed out. But as of right now, the targeted award date, or maybe more appropriately shortlist date, would be at the end of July, and that would be for a proposal to sell both the energy generated and the renewable energy credits.
So that answer then, I assume, is related to what you say on page 8, where you say that you will pursue selling the output in short or long-term contracts in either a bundled or unbundled manner, but that will be later on. Likely, you say that those contractual arrangements will not be finalized until the project has achieved more development milestones, including detailed engineering and major equipment procurement. Could you break that down for me, please? Bundled, unbundled? Seems like it's a later timeline than what you just described.
Sure. So, thank you for the question. When we made our initial filing, that was over a year ago, and we were certainly in a time of extremely volatile construction costs. And so at that point, we certainly weren't ready to, make a proposal out to other parties, but things in 2023, did settle down a little bit on the construction side. The proposal that was issued asked for a bundled product. So when we refer to bundled products, that's selling more than one product, in this case, the energy and the renewable energy credits. And by the time we submitted that in January of 2024, we did have a higher degree of confidence in what our layout would be, what our production would be, and in the engineering of the project.
So then, you're saying, I interpret you're saying that it would still be, the timeline would also be the end of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Or is another way of asking it, since you said earlier, a few minutes ago, that the proposal to DEEP is for the RECs and the power, it sounds like the bundled/unbundled decision has been made, at least through that proposal.
In that case, we were responsive to what the buyer asked for. So it really
Okay.
wasn't a decision on our part. It was a response to a, request for proposal.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Mr. Allen?
Sorry, I'm having trouble on multiple screens locating my mic. Good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning.
I just had a couple questions around the kind of municipal taxes. You'd referenced in your testimony municipal tax revenues. I believe it was $135,000, and I just wanted to be clear. Is that essentially over and above the property taxes that would have been realized for Shaftsbury in the absence of this project, or is some portion of that taxes that would have been associated with the property even apart from the development?
Yeah, our estimate assumes that amount of money at $135,000 a year would be in addition to the property taxes we are paying today. We've taken fee title to the 4 parcels and are paying taxes today, so that those would take effect once the project, went onto the tax rolls in the town of Shaftsbury.
Thank you. And I realize that you had spoken to the extraordinary municipal burden that you don't believe is going to be associated with the project. But I wonder, is there any kind of material additional burdens on the municipality that might be associated or offset some of the additional property taxes that you had alluded to in your testimony?
That's not been our experience. We're involved in quite a few projects, both operating and in development. But there are concerns that were raised by the town. And so we've entered a host town agreement. And in that host town agreement, the town had asked for some support for fire equipment. We have done outreach to the local fire department. Some of our people have met with them. And, brush fires is something that is becoming an increasing concern with the, weather patterns that we've been experiencing lately. So we've agreed to make a commitment of $15,000 a year. I think there's an escalation component to it. That with that commitment would ease the burden of financing new, basically brush truck, fire equipment that the town of Shaftsbury could go out and acquire. So that's something they were interested in. We also agreed to support their community development. There's a commitment of $50,000 at the start of construction that they asked for. So to specifically answer your question, I'm not aware of any additional burdens on the community, but we do have some good neighbor policies that we put into effect in all our projects, and we do that in case maybe there's something unforeseen.
And one other kind of related question concerns the old water line on the property. I appreciate that you had included that as a benefit. It looks like it's relocating and updating a segment of the old water line. Do you have it? Can you give me a sense of materiality or size or significance of that particular relocation and updating?
Yes, sir. So the water line that's on the site is 80 to 100 years old. It's cast iron. There's not really good significant records on it. The water board was certainly concerned about any type of construction activity occurring in and around their water line. So one of the first things we'll be doing, right out of the box, is to relocate that water line in a manner that would allow for us to build in accordance with the site plans that we have submitted, but more importantly to meet the current A&R and water board specifications. Give them a high quality upgrade to their system. We'll have to do that in a manner that doesn't interrupt service. Obviously, North Bennington relies on that water service. It's an important resource for them. So it will be one of the first things that we do, and it will be done in coordination with the water board.
Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howe?
I have one question along the same lines. In connection with economic benefit and need, you referred to the reduction in wholesale regional energy prices. Is there any way to quantify that reduction? I know it's been mentioned, but is there any estimate of what that reduction would be as a result of the project?
The person that does that modeling will be appearing as a witness at a later time. I do have some experience with production and educational background with production cost modeling. Simplistically, what's happening is you're getting a new, what'll appear to be, a zero cost resource that's coming into the system. In the case where, we will, as we most likely will, sign a multi-year contract. So we're going to want to operate whenever the sun is shining, so every day. So when a new supply comes in that's not bidding on the margin, but is bidding, basically at a zero cost or must run, it's going to take higher cost units, which would more likely be oil or gas units that would be running on the margin. Those will come off the grid. So that's what will happen on a regional basis. And I believe that happens, because the electrons are getting injected into southern Vermont. I believe that, also will, help with the Vermont regional electric prices. But Ms. Glick will be available to ask questions, and she's really the subject matter expert on this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I do want to pause here on a procedural note. Mr. Aufschnitt, I note that you had submitted a large number or a significant number of cross-examination exhibits this morning. Just to be clear, those are not automatically entered into the record. They were also not part of the joint exhibit that we admitted earlier today. If you want any of those admitted, the typical practice would be when you have the relevant witness in front of you, you would ask that those cross exhibits be admitted. There's a little bit more to that. You need to explain why the cross exhibit is relevant, what the witness's familiarity is with them. And I don't want to be providing you legal advice. I'm also noting that you do not need to actually enter those in. This is your discretion. I'm simply noting that there were two cross exhibits that might have been associated with Mr. Wills, and I just wanted to flag that those are not automatically admitted. Again, I'm not suggesting that you admit them or not, simply noting a the common practice and procedure that we use here.
Okay, I'd like to request then that cross 1 and 2 be entered as they relate to Mr. Will's response.
And so typically you provide a quick overview of those, what those cross exhibits consist of.
Give me a moment.
Yep.
Okay. These are petitioner's discovery responses as they relate to questions 1 and 2.
Mr. Hand.
We do object to the admission of these documents. I appreciate Mr. Oshnet not being familiar with the process here, understanding that he did not ask Mr. Wills any questions about these specific responses, and what he's seeking to submit are essentially all of our discovery responses, not individual responses that we then have an opportunity to ask Mr. Wills about to clarify anything. Many of those responses have multiple objections related to them, and we need to go through and rule on those objections as to issues raised. So if there are specific numbered responses he would like to get into the record, I'm open to looking at those specific ones, but as a group, I think it's not appropriate.
Okay, well, I can go through this. There's Exhibit 1-1 2023 0922, responses to interveners, round 1, discovery. So it's really the round, I misstated it, it's the round 1 and 2 discovery responses. So that's the first. Excuse me a moment. Second is interveners, the response 1-21, the cross exhibit 1-2 2003 1027, responses to interveners round 2 discovery. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me my ignorance here. The interveners, petitioners 2, 4A and B, 4B, and these are the cross exhibits related to those. Shaftsbury Solar responses to interveners round 2 discovery. And then the interveners, petitioners 2 to 4C, and the interveners, petitioners 2 to 4D, the interveners, petitioners 1-22, and I think that's everything. Oh, one more, hang on. Interveners, petitioners 1-154. Is that everything? Okay. I think that'll do it. So those are all the ones that I asked questions about.
So can I just maybe clarify, Mr. Oshnet, you're seeking to introduce in round 1 just question and response 1-21, 1-22, and 1-54.
One through 6, I'm sorry, was in the round 1 discovery.
Okay, so 1 through 6, and then 21, 22, and 24 in round 1.
Yeah, I think that's correct for round 1.
And I think just looking at it, it's not 1 through 6, it's 1-6. That's the
One
question.
yes, that's correct. It's 1-6, but in general, we'd like the entire discovery responses on the record. And the question I have for you is, why not?
As I stated, there are a number of objections and they're very extensive responses, and we won't have the opportunity to respond to individual items in there to the extent more context is needed for the answers. So I'm looking at the specific ones you noted, and I think we may be able to stipulate to those if I can just have 1 minute to review them.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we would stipulate to the admission in round 1, which is labeled as cross exhibit 1, interveners cross exhibit 1. The specific responses that have been mentioned, which is 1-6, 1-22, 21, 1-22, and 1-54. And then with respect to round 2, Mr. Oshnet, my understanding there was you were seeking to introduce 2-4 A through C, it sounded like. I'm sorry, A through D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we have no objection to admitting round 2, question 2-4 A through D, and those are included in interveners cross exhibit 1-2.
Yeah, and I think you misspoke earlier. You said 122 twice. We actually want 121 and 122.
I apologize if I misspoke. That's what I intended. So round 1, we would be stipulating to 1-6, 1-21, 1-22, and 1-54. And round
Right.
2, we'd be stipulating to 2-4 A through D.
Yeah, you said 120. Oh, it's 154, not 54.
154, that's correct. And I think what we'd ask is that
I'm
just,
sorry. I thought the chair was speaking and I couldn't hear. Sorry.
it may be muted.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Actually, go ahead, Mr. Hand. I was just going to interrupt, but I think you were going somewhere anyway.
I was just going to suggest that it may be most efficient for the record that those individual responses be filed as separate exhibits, and that we not admit intervener 1 or intervener 2, but those specific responses separately.
Sounds good. And just for the record, again, Mr. Hand walked through it, but just to be clear, the commission is admitting what is contained in intervener 1, the responses 1-6, 1-21, 1-22, and 1-54. And in what is listed as I2, questions 2-4, A through D.
Yeah, again, I think it's 1-154, not 54.
Thank you. 1-54 from intervener 1, and then from intervener 2 to...
No, 154, 1-154. Sorry.
I could have sworn I was saying 154 multiple times, but apparently my brain's functioning.
Yeah, my brain's not functioning either.
1-54. 1-54. And then from
It is 1-154, so it's the 154th question.
Thank you. Thank you. My brain simply wasn't getting that part.
I think to be fair, I was
54 is admitted. That specific response. And then from intervener 2, question and response 2-4, A through D. So those are admitted. Mr. Auchnett, if you could provide those sort of as separate, if you could separate those out from I1 and from I2.
Okay, but we're going to need some time to do that.
Understood. Today, we're simply making the ruling, but if you could file those in the next few days, that would be great. Does not have to be done today. Thank you. Another procedural issue. So actually, just Mr. Auchnett, so you're aware of the general practice. Typically, all the parties will ask questions, and then the commission and staff ask questions, and then there is a limited opportunity for folks to ask questions as a follow-up to the questions that we had, the responses to the questions that the commission and staff had. It's not a new opportunity to think of new questions. They have to be sort of directly tied to the questions that we asked. And so I'll ask all the parties if anybody has any questions related to the commission questions.
I have one follow-up. I guess
Actually, before you do, Mr. Hand, it looked like you were going to jump in. That's all right.
Yes, at risk of making this exhibit item slightly more complicated, I did want to note that when Ms. Glick was substituted as a witness, she updated the discovery response 2-4. It was a minor update, but to be consistent with her updated analysis. What Mr. Auchnett has offered into the record is the original response 2-4. We don't have any objection to that coming in. I would suggest that we offer, and I'm happy to do this through Ms. Glick, the updated response to 2-4, just so the record is clear.
Mr. Auchnett, any objection? And what I'm hearing, sorry, just to be...
That's fine.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Mr. Hand, what I was hearing is that the 2-4 is, as Mr. Auchnett presented, is admitted, and you would also like to admit when Ms. Glick is on the stand, that response as well, which has been updated. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. Great. And Mr. Auchnett, I believe, and I apologize that I'm sure I'm absolutely terrible with names, so I apologize to everybody in advance, and feel free to correct me on any pronunciations. So, Mr. Auchnett, I believe that you had, you stated that you had one follow-up question.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, if Connecticut doesn't accept this project, what other options is Shaftsbury Solar exploring to sell the power and RECs?
Yeah, we're quite excited about the legislative changes that have occurred, here in Vermont. So, prior to the last 60, 90 days, there really wasn't a good option for larger projects to be a part of the resource base for Vermont utility. So, we'll be better informed over the next 60 to 90 days if the Connecticut utilities are a customer for Shaftsbury Solar, and if they are not, we will then begin discussions with Vermont utilities and with other utilities in the region. But the fact that the legislative initiative has now been passed, not yet signed into law, but it's been passed, we see that as a big positive. We're excited about that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wills.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Just a quick time check. Often we take a break between 1:15 and 11 o'clock. Just wondering if we should try for another witness.
We have no objection to continuing.
Great. All right. Ms. Westgate, is this your next witness now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Adam Crary to the stand. Good morning, Mr. Crary.
Good morning,
Oops.
Mr. Crary. I'll be swearing you in first. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing on the theme of jumping the gun. Okay, Mr. Crary, can you please state your name, title, and place of business for the record?
Yes, my name is Adam Crary. I'm the team leader for renewable energy services in BHB's South Burlington, Vermont office.
And are you the same Adam Crary that submitted pre-filed direct testimony, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony and exhibits in this proceeding?
That's correct.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony or your exhibits?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Crary. The witness is now available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnet?
Okay. You stated in your response to the intervener's first round of discovery, this is question one, petitioner 1-145, that VHB recommended that the project avoid, if possible, the clearing of one of the, quote, hedgerows that connects to other forested areas. Can you show us on the site plan, which I'm going to have shared here, which hedgerow that was? Uh-oh, we have a bit of a technical issue. Hang on a second.
I believe staff here might need to make you a presenter in order to share documents.
So I have CA2 set as a presenter, which is what Mr. Auschnet had requested. So let me know if I need to make a change to that.
Thank you.
We have a technical problem, sorry. The IT staff, vast IT staff here is working on it. All right, why don't I move on to another question in the interest of saving time? And we'll come back to this. So one of my later questions then is, in the same discovery response that I just mentioned, you stated that VHP asked whether the tie-in between the proposed relocated water line and existing water line could be moved outside of a Class 3 wetland. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So to your knowledge, was the location of the water line tie-in changed in the January 2024 project revisions?
Not to my knowledge.
Ready? Okay. Okay, back to the first question that I asked. Let me repeat. You stated in your response to our first round discovery response that VHB recommended that the project avoid, if possible, the clearing of one of the hedgerows that connects to other forested areas. Can you show us on the site plan, which you should be looking at now, where that was?
I can see the site plan is very small in my view, and I cannot see the underlying trees under the site plan that is overlaid over it. So it's difficult for me, and I don't know how you expect me to point out where it is.
So, Mr. Crary, if you move your cursor to the right of the image, it will give you an option to expand that at least addresses one of your concerns.
Okay.
I believe if you look at the sort of pinkish area, that it displays that forested hedgerow, so-called hedgerow. It's the wide swath. That crosses from east to west.
Please give me 1 second. I zoom, but then I lose the view. An easier exhibit to look at would be one of mine.
Do you have any?
Yes, and petitioner is also concerned that this might not be the most recent exhibit. I believe there may have been a Rev 2 version of this filed that superseded the version that we're looking at right now.
Do you have an exhibit number that you'd like us to use? I mean, to my recollection, Adam, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was that wide pink swath, kind of 2/3 of the way down, that runs east to west. But
Yeah,
I don't want to.
if exhibit SSAC3 might show that area a little more clearly.
It's coming.
Sorry, it would be exhibit SSAC3 revised.
Does it look like it? I can't. Oh, this is AC3 unrevised, but I don't think it changes that particular portion. So the forest, as I understand, is indicated in green, and it's the wide swath, as I said, about 2/3 of the way down on the,
Yep, I think I can answer you here. If the commission does not mind me answering based on an outdated exhibit, I can generally describe it as the area, kind of the wider area in green that runs east to west, separating a northern field from a southern field, generally occurring below the label 2018-SACA1 in parentheses S2, S3. There's a wider green area just south of that goes east to west, connecting two larger treed areas.
And just to be clear, is that there's a small break in that swath that goes east to west? Is that the area you're looking at?
Yep, that's correct. It's kind of a northeast to southwest trending angular break. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm understanding that. I don't see a break.
So, what I was trying to understand is whether I was looking at the correct area, and if you zoom in on that east to west, just about in the middle, there is a northeast to southwest, very small sort of break in that green area.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it runs diagonally, kind of. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Okay, I see it. Sorry, I'm due for cataract surgery. So, yes, that's my understanding that that's the correct region. So my question, okay, I think we have successfully identified this so-called hedgerow, but my second question would be, is it proper to refer to this as a hedgerow? It's actually kind of a forest swath. It's not, a hedgerow is typically maybe 1 or 2 rows of trees. This is many, many trees. Is that a correct description?
I would prefer to talk over the most current exhibit, if that's possible. This is an outdated exhibit, and my answer really is
Okay,
best.
we'll try to pull that up. You don't have it? It's in the revised. All right, it's coming.
Thank you.
Yep, I think this is the one you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, it should be a January 2024 date approximately.
Yeah, it says SSAC3 revised, January 9th, 2024, at the top.
Okay, yep, thank you. Yes, so to answer your question, that area of that east-west treat area we were just focusing on, that's an area that is wider and more area than meets the non-forest definition, or we've been using the term hedgerow for some of these skinnier areas. So this is an area, you see it's a darker green in contrast to the lighter color green. On this graphic, the darker green indicates areas that would meet a forest definition compared to areas that would meet a non-forest or otherwise treed definition. So we would have calling this area a hedgerow in particular, even though it may be there for some hedgerow function. We would avoid calling it a hedgerow.
So was your reasoning to maintain connectivity between forested areas? Is that correct?
That was in part. This was an area that was recognized as the widest vegetated tree connector between forested areas to the west and forested areas to the east. And it's full of invasive species, and also has a high volume of cobble, probably rock moved from the fields north and south. So we thought it would be a good area to try to avoid for a couple of reasons, as well as avoiding an overall goal to reduce tree cutting for the project. But one goal would have been to maintain that treed and shrub connector from forested areas from the west to the east.
And what is the importance of maintaining connectivity?
Just so there was an area for vegetation to kind of move back and forth and animals to move back and forth.
Okay. All right, and you already answered my question about the water line. And to your knowledge, the water line is still in a Class 3 wetland, or I'm sorry, the tie-in between the water line and the existing water line is still in the Class 3 wetland. Is that correct? Your understanding, it hasn't been moved in the revised plan.
That's my understanding, has not been revised from where it was originally planned to tie in. And I understand the tie-in needs to be at that location due to engineering constraints. It's not a resource avoidance or minimization measure, but an engineering or a proper design constraint.
Right, okay. Okay, then my final question for you is, in your original direct pre-filed testimony, answer 19, you discussed the amount of forest clearing relative to other solar projects in Vermont. Your testimony included a chart found on page 11 that includes the Shaftsbury Solar, that indicates that Shaftsbury Solar would involve the largest area of deforestation for a solar project in Vermont. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you for pulling that up. So this table has been revised slightly by my supplemental testimony from January 2024. What's shown on this table are, I think, 9 other solar projects that we're familiar with that have been permitted and did involve some tree clearing similar to this project. This table is showing the overall tree clearing for Shaftsbury Solar, which has been reduced from the area shown there at 43 acres. I think that number should now be 42.2 acres, if I'm remembering numbers correctly from my supplemental testimony. So if that number 43 was changed to 42.2, the tree clearing over capacity ratio would also be changed as reflected in my supplemental testimony.
But it's still the largest in absolute terms deforestation of any solar project.
In this table, the overall tree clearing would be larger than any other shown on this table. I do not know that it represents the largest total in Vermont, just the ones that are shown in this table. I would note that the overall tree clearing includes both forest and non-forest areas. So of what should be 42.2 acres, only about 34 of those represents forest area for Shaftsbury Solar.
But I guess, but as I think you stated earlier, what you're calling non-forest is still trees. It's not, it's terminology, semantic terminology, but you're still talking about cutting trees. Is that correct?
I'm not clear. There.
Well, you said, I think earlier, if I understood you correctly, you said that you call hedgerows non-forest areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, hedgerows, when they are, well, any area less than an acre in size or less than 120 feet wide, whether it's a hedgerow or not, would be considered a non-forested area and would be clearly distinguished from areas that are forest.
Okay, but it's still trees, right? I mean, you're still talking about cutting trees in non-forest areas.
Yep. So the total tree clearing for the project is around 42 acres. I do want to distinguish. There's an important difference between forest areas and non-forest treed areas, in particular for this project, which is why we did that.
Okay. I guess what I'd like to do then is also request that the response to the discovery response to 145, petitioner 1-145 be entered into evidence.
Petitioner has no objection.
Okay. And
One second, thank you. Sorry, we actually need to formally admit it. So this is what had been labeled as cross exhibit I1, and what we are admitting is response 1-145. And again, Mr. Oshnet, you'll be submitting sort of this as a standalone document subsequent sometime after this hearing. But for now, this is what we're admitting. Thank you.
okay. All right, I'm done.
Thank you. I just had one quick follow-up, Mr. Crary, on just to make sure I understood the back and forth between you and Mr. Oshnet on the last piece of testimony that was up. Roughly 42.2 acres, I believe, roughly is what you said is likely to be cleared. Just to make sure I'm understanding, that includes on that prior exhibit that we were discussing, there was dark green forested areas and then sort of lime green lime green dotted areas that were sort of hedgerows. The 42.2 acres roughly, that includes both the dark green and the light green areas. Am I getting that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It includes both.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Yeah, well.
Commissioner Cheney.
Yeah, hi. Back to your original map too. I'm trying to understand it a little better. You also said in your supplemental testimony that on page 3 that the tree clearing proposed for the project is being reduced by approximately 0.8 acre, and that gets us to the 42.2. So, but in terms of scale, when I look at that map, and to me it looked like a rather big swath that was not now going to be cut. Does that swath represent a little less than an acre? Or to get to the 42.2, if that is being preserved, are there other areas that are now being cleared that were not? It just seemed like bigger than less than an acre. Could you put that in context for me, please?
Yeah, maybe I can explain it a little more. So that east to west forest area that we were talking about, that was an area that we had originally suggested to the project designers to try to avoid with the arrays if possible. And in response to one of the discovery questions, we explained that even though we asked if it could be avoided, it's still unavoidable. So that area will be cut. It's still part of the project. So the change in overall forest area that I described actually occurs in kind of a net balancing of different project changes around the property. It doesn't come from avoiding that east to west corridor. Does that help clarify?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, Commissioner Cheney, do you have any other questions? Commissioner Allen or Mr. Howe, any questions?
I do not.
All right. Great. Any redirect, Ms. Westgate?
Yeah, I think I have just a question or two. Mr. Query, Mr. Auschnitt asked you about the discovery response in 1-145, and we've all been looking at that map and discussing the swath of forest in that area. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I understand from your responses that the project was unable to avoid impacts in that area. Did you evaluate that area for whether the impacts would rise to the level of undue adverse impacts?
So yes, that was included in my overall analysis of that for the project. I would elaborate a little more on that. VHB has looked extensively across the site for all of the natural resources that are reviewed under Section 248, and that east to west area does not have any specific Section 248 reviewed natural resources. So it's essentially a forest area, but it doesn't have any of the specific resources that require buffers or are protected by rule or other guidance. So for it to be cut by the project did not create any issues or concerns from my perspective. If it meant cutting that area to avoid some of the other more protected resources, then that seemed like a better design.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I'm sorry, Chair, I can't hear you.
Sorry, user error on my part. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mr. Query. Thank you for your time. At this point, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Does that work for folks? Great. So we'll come back at 11:21. Thank you. I think after 4 years, I'd remember how to unmute myself. Before we start with the next witness, some folks here had a suggestion about the logistics for Mr. Oshnett's cross exhibits. Instead of each of them filed as a separate cross exhibit, we retain cross exhibit I1 and I2, and however the document only contains the responses that are being admitted, just easier for sort of housekeeping purposes. Any concerns with that approach?
That sounds like the right approach to me. So he would just submit essentially a substitute version of I1 and I2 with just the ones that had been admitted by the end of the hearing.
Exactly.
No objection.
Mr. Oshnett, I saw you nodding. Seems like you're good with that approach as well.
Yeah, no objection here.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to flag that. All right. Ready for the next witness.
Thank you, Mr.
Hand.
Chairman. Yes, thank you. I believe there are no questions for Ms. Tan, so our next witness will be Debbie Glick. And we call her to the stand. I think she is ready to be sworn in.
Good morning, Ms. Glick. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Glick. Can you please state your name and your position for the record?
Yes, my name is Debbie Glick, and I'm a senior principal at Synapse Energy Economics.
Wonderful. And so the record's clear here. You are being introduced as a substituted witness for Mr. Silva, and you have adopted and updated his testimony and materials. Do you have any further changes to make to that testimony?
I do not have any further changes.
Great. Ms. Glick is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnett?
Okay. In his responses to intervener's first round of discovery, question 121, your predecessor, Mr. Silva, indicated that petitioners avoided emission analysis in Exhibit SSPS2 did not include the greenhouse gas impacts, fuel usage, air pollution of the wood chippers, tree removal equipment, saws or whole tree harvesters, splitters, and other wood processing equipment. Does that remain true for your updated Exhibit SSDG2?
Yeah, that's correct. So those impacts are from building the solar plant. So if you want to evaluate the impacts of building the generator, you'd also have to evaluate the impacts of building or fueling the alternative. So it wouldn't be apples to apples to just evaluate the construction impacts of the solar plant, but also evaluating the impacts of running the natural gas plant, of getting the gas. That's why I didn't include those.
Okay, I don't want to discourse. A yes or no answer is fine. In the pre-filed testimony of Mr. Silva, he stated that about half of the benefits, quote, about half the benefits will occur as a result of capital expenditures in the project. That was referring to benefits in the state of Vermont. Do you concur that about half the economic benefits in the state of Vermont will occur as a result of capital expenditures?
Could you point me to where in my version of the testimony you're referring? So I would like to speak to my testimony. That's, I believe, what's been entered into the record.
I don't know. Well, it may have changed. I don't have that in front of me, but it was section 3.3, page 15. I don't believe you edited that.
Is this the report or the testimony?
Pre-filed testimony. So, I don't know. Can you pull that up? I think it's Silver's not that.
Yeah, a page number and a line number would be great.
Well, I'm just asking you, really, if you agree with that statement, or that about half, or if you wrote something similar. I don't know.
You have to tell me where I'm looking. Sorry, there's a lot of documents here, or repeat the question.
Yeah, it was in the pre-filed testimony of Mr. Silva at section 3.3, page 15. He stated that about half of the benefits will occur as a result of capital expenditures in the project. End quote.
Okay, my testimony is 13 pages, so
Okay, page 8, question 10 of your testimony.
thank you. Yes, that statement remains the same in my testimony. I appreciate you helping me find where that's located.
Okay. And in his, and I apologize for referring to Mr. Silva's testimony. This was very much a last minute change. In his response to the interviewer's first round of discovery question, intervener's petitioner 1-29, Mr. Silva indicated that despite his assertion that about half the benefits to Vermont would occur as a result of capital expenditures, that the IMPLAN model, IMPLAN model used did not break down the capital expenditures into components. So it is not possible to determine if the photovoltaic panels, racking, electrical wire and cabling, gravel, fencing, landscape vegetation, and so on will actually be purchased in Vermont. Do you agree?
I have not updated that discovery response. The answer does not change.
Okay. Can you tell us with certainty which capital expenditures will actually be made in Vermont from Vermont businesses and vendors?
No, the IMPLAN analysis doesn't identify specific vendors. It's a larger macroeconomic tool.
Okay. In his response to intervener's first round of discovery question, intervener's petitioner 1-32 and elsewhere, Mr. Silva indicated that no life cycle analysis of the manufacturing, transportation, decommissioning, recycling, and/or disposal of this solar project has been conducted. Does that remain the case?
It does, yes, for the reasons I had discussed before.
Have you performed that life cycle analysis?
So in rebuttal testimony, I do actually address the issue of life cycle analysis. I did not do any analysis because documentation from National Renewable Energy Laboratories has already been done comparing solar to other resources and found that solar has about 1/10, if even, the life cycle impacts of gas and other alternatives. That's already in the record in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, but to be clear, in my testimony, I introduced an exhibit that shows that those numbers from the NREL are very much in question, and particularly with panels that are coming from China, which is much more recent than the NRL data, as far as I know.
I'm just going to object. Sorry, I'm not sure there's a question in there. It seemed like more of a statement.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I got to ask a question. Are you aware that in my testimony that I introduced an exhibit that addresses the accuracy of the NREL?
Would you like to point me to where in your testimony that is?
Can you pull up that exhibit?
As an expert, I tend to defer to the National Renewable Energy Laboratories. They are really very well respected, used by utilities, by many parties. I'm happy to look at it.
I'm not questioning the NREL. I'm just saying that that there is recent evidence, and as I said, particularly in the case of panels that are coming from China, which I believe you're good, and equipment that.
So I'm just going to interrupt really quick. If Ms. Glick, if you can wait until Mr. Oshnet identifies a specific piece in his testimony that he'd like to ask you about.
I'll
Rather
show you.
avoid the back and forth here. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So this was a recent article. I'm not even sure where it came from. And this was more in, this article happened to be more in reference to, go to page 2, I think, European installations, but I don't think there's a significant difference there. The NREL average number was 43 grams per kilowatt hour. And what this article is stating that it should be more like 170 to 250 grams per per megawatt hour. So my question here is, are you aware of this information and have you taken it into account?
I'm aware it was cited in your testimony. I have not looked at it. I tend to rely on peer-reviewed and government laboratory sources.
That's fine, but there are peer-reviewed sources behind this. But anyway, let's move on. So to be clear, your updated greenhouse gas avoided emissions analysis does not take into account the manufacturing, transportation, decommissioning, recycling, and disposal of the components of this project, correct?
It does not, no.
And we established that your updated GHG avoided emissions analysis does not take into account the forest clearing and wood processing equipment, correct?
It takes into account the forest clearing.
Well, it takes into account the amount of carbon released by 40 acres of trees, but it does not take into account the process of forest clearing, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay. And your updated analysis also does not take into account the emissions of construction vehicles, correct?
Nope, does not.
Did you prepare a worksheet for your calculations for this project?
I did. I provided a work paper.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was one question on here that I skipped. Your updated analysis does not take into account the relocation and stockpiling of primary agricultural soils, correct?
No.
Okay. And then, can you bring up the spreadsheet? We're going to bring up the spreadsheet that you prepared. So my question is, did you prepare a worksheet for your calculations? And thank you. Yes. And thank you for submitting that. Okay, I'm sure nobody can read this, but this is the spreadsheet we're talking about. And in those calculations on your spreadsheet, you use a 40-year lifespan for the project, correct?
That is correct.
And in the generation section, a sheet of your calculations, you indicated that at 30 years, the project would be producing 89% of its original production, correct?
I believe if you add up the numbers, I don't have that in front of me with the 30 years.
Yeah, well, you can just scroll down and look at you actually published that as part of your spreadsheet. If you go to the 30-year point, it says 89%.
Oh, of the first year value. I apologize. I did not understand what you were asking. Yes, in year 30, it is producing 89% of the first year value.
And at 40 years, it would be 85.5%.
I
That's
believe
just on
that,
your.
yes. Yes,
Just
that is
reading
correct.
that number. And I'm showing you now the petitioner's exhibit SSRW3 from Reed Will's testimony, the equipment spec sheets. The Trina Vertex panels performance warranty only extends to 30 years, doesn't it?
Sorry, I'm
I'll
still
bring that
looking
up.
at my work paper here.
Yeah, I know. I'm running ahead of the display, so bear with me. Okay. So that shows a warranty to 30 years. And at 30 years, the manufacturer asserts that its output will be 87.4%. So substantially less than the 89% that's in your spreadsheet.
So I'm not sure what analysis went into this. I used the results of a modeling exercise that the developer provided. I understand, I accept that that is what this warranty says.
Well, that's the equipment you're going to use. So what's more real, a model or the actual spec sheet?
So my understanding is a warranty is a spec sheet that contains one modeling result. I used a different modeling result from the developer.
Okay. And in exhibit SSRW3A, the equipment spec sheets for the Ninja inverter does not show any warranty or expected lifetime information, correct? Pull that up. So I guess you're on your own trying to figure out how long this thing will last.
Mr. Oshnet, was there a specific question there for the witness?
Yeah, we're just bringing up the
Got
spec
it.
sheet to show it. Sorry, I'm just making snarky remarks in between.
Thank you for acknowledging. If we could limit those, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, I apologize. Sometimes I can't help myself. Okay, so all I'm saying is that this exhibit does not show any warranty or expected lifetime information. Is that correct?
So you scrolled through it pretty quickly, but subject to check, I would accept that if that's what your assessment is.
Yeah, okay. And the grid step-up GSU transformers spec sheet indicates a 25-year life and a 3-year warranty, according to the manufacturer. So you get a 3-year warranty, but only a 25-year life. And, oh, you get a 25-year life, but only a 3-year warranty. Is that correct? And we're pulling up that spec sheet as well. That was the GSU transformers. Do you have it? I don't have a number. There's no number. Do you want to skip over it? We can skip it. Bob will cover it. Yeah. All right, we're going to skip over this question then because we can't pull up the hard evidence. But if you bear with me, I guess the conclusion is that it is likely to extend the Shaftsbury Solar lifetime to 40 years inverters, transformers, and solar panels would need to be replaced periodically. Do you agree with that assessment?
That's possible. It's why O&M costs incorporated into project costs include provisions for replacing inverters and other pieces of equipment.
And there would be carbon emissions associated with the disposal and/or recycling of the spent equipment and the manufacture, transport, and installation of the replacement equipment. Did you take those emissions into account in your analysis?
Nope, I did not.
The calculations shown in your spreadsheet are the basis for your assertion in your pre-file testimony, page 11, line 15, that, quote, over the expected 40-year operating life of the project, the net avoided CO2 emissions are between 317,279 and 646,345 short tons of CO2, correct?
That's correct.
Model-based operations do not produce meaningful results to 6 significant digits, correct?
It depends on the accuracy of the inputs.
Okay. So for this examination, will you allow us to round those two numbers to 320 and 650 kilotons of CO2?
Well, that's short tons, but sure. You can round to the numbers that you said.
I mean, when I say tons, I'm going to mean short tons. I don't want to mix my short and metric tons here. A critical input to your spreadsheet is the marginal CO2 rate of gas plant power generation expressed in pounds per megawatt, which represents an annual average of the carbon dioxide intensity of the gas plant power generation in New England that could be displaced by the energy generated by Shaftsbury Solar each year for 40 years, correct?
No, that's not correct. It's the marginal resource on the grid. That could include an oil plant, a gas plant. It's whatever resources are the marginal resource on the grid. New England doesn't just run on gas.
So you're mixing oil and gas plants, is that correct?
So the results are from a modeling based exercise that identify which resources would be marginal on the grid at any given point in time. Sometimes it's a gas plant, sometimes it's an oil plant. We did the avoided energy supply cost model. It does full modeling.
Okay.
Sorry, can I finish my answer or no?
Oh, yeah. Go.
It does full modeling. Same with the AVERT model. It does full modeling of the resources that are on the power grid.
Okay. So what you're assuming then is that the solar input from Shaftsbury Solar would allow the curtailment of different types of fossil fuel plants. Is that correct?
No, it's not called curtailment. It's just when you're talking about a fossil fuel plant, it's called dispatch. So that means you're just not dispatching it up to the same level. You're not curtailing it. You're not losing anything or wasting anything because you're not using the fuel and spending the money to operate the plant.
Okay. In determining your marginal CO2 rates, did you use the fuel generating unit efficiencies that represent the actual generation by units that run on the New England grid during the hours of the year when solar generation could displace fossil fuel fired generation?
So the avoided energy supply cost model is populated with a database that's purchased from Horizons Energy. That includes every individual power plant that's actually on the grid. It includes heat rates based on the age of the plant, on the fuel it runs on. So it includes unit by unit, highly detailed information that is unit specific for each power plant on the grid, as well as future power plants that are projected to be built based on economics.
Okay. Okay, I get it, but is that a yes or no to my question?
Can you ask your question again?
Okay. So a critical, oh, I'm sorry. Did you use the unit efficiencies that represent the actual generation of units run in New England during the hours of the year when solar generation could displace fossil fuel-fired generation?
So unfortunately, the unit efficiency isn't a technical term for an input that I can think of. However, there is what the model outputs is the marginal resource in every hour. So solar can displace generation in many hours of the year whenever it's being produced. In some hours, that's fossil resources. In some hours, that's not. That is all taken into account by the model.
Okay. I think that's a yes, but I'll leave it at that.
It's not a yes, because I don't know what unit efficiency means. I just want to clarify my answer for the record, please.
Your higher 650 kiloton estimate for CO2 avoidance, which matches Mr. Silva's, is the result of assuming a constant and high marginal CO2 rate over the 40-year lifetime of the Shaftsbury Solar project, correct?
That's correct.
Given that New England states are aggressively pursuing the implementation of renewable energy with the goal of achieving net zero by 2050, the marginal CO2 rate should decrease between now and 2050 and remain negligible thereafter, correct?
Only if projects like this are allowed to be built. And with all due respect, we are at a hearing just debating whether this type of project should be built.
We're not debating if it should be built, we're debating where it should be built. So anyway, sorry, not a question.
I'm just gonna object for the record to the continued interjection. If Mr. Oshnitz could stay focused on questions, we would appreciate it.
Okay, that's a question, correct?
Could you restate your question?
We're not debating if it should be built, we're debating where it should be built and in what form, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's move on. Your lower 320 kiloton estimate for CO2 avoidance assumes a decreasing marginal CO2 rate over the project lifetime, but includes significant avoidance accrued after 2050, correct?
I believe the years, it's a 40-year project, so that means that it would include the avoided emissions in the, I believe 15 years are after the project. I forget the end date, but yes.
The operational start date you use for the Shaftsbury project is 2024, correct?
Yeah, I believe there's a note in my testimony that that can be pushed back based on when the project start date happens. It doesn't actually impact the analysis.
Ah, but it does, okay. Is that likely to happen, 2024?
I actually don't know the details of the construction schedule. I believe Mr. Wills was the witness on that one.
Well, it's now July 15th, correct?
It is July 15th, that is correct.
Okay, of 2024. And in the scenario where the marginal CO2 rate is decreasing over time, any flip in the start date relative to 2024 further reduces your estimate of the total CO2 avoidance below 320 kilotons, correct?
It would marginally reduce it but you'd also be adding in more reduced emissions in later years. It would have a very small impact.
All right, I'd like to introduce what is it? Cross 1 through 3? Oh, sorry. Oh, that's this one. Well, we got the spreadsheet in, right? So it's, okay. Sorry, I'd like to introduce interveners, this one, right? 1-32, petitioner 1-32. Discovery 1-32, and cross 1-3 into the record.
Just for clarity, cross 1-3, is that the Ms. Glick's workbook?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
we'll start with that one before we go on to the next one. Mr.
No
Hanson?
objection to I-3, Ms. Glick's workbook.
Yes, I-3, sorry.
I-3, thank you. Okay, so cross I-3 is admitted. And then Mr. Auschnitz, I believe you had some, were these some of the questions from the response to interrogatories, the I-1? Okay, and what number in particular was that?
It was 1-32.
1-32.
And no objection to admitting those either. That response.
So that response is also admitted. Are you all set with questions, Mr. Auschnitz, or are you still reviewing which
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good, thanks.
Great. Thank you. All right, from Commissioner side, Commissioner Cheney, Commissioner Allen. Any
I do
questions?
have some questions, thank you. So, Ms. Glick, looking at your direct pre-filed testimony and also the report, both original and updated, as we know that it's been stated a number of times that this assumes a 40-year operating life. And I just want to probe that a little bit, because as you also say in the report, in footnote, let's see, 25, in terms of the macroeconomic projections, it was deemed not conservative enough to utilize a 40-year time horizon, but to go to a 30-year time horizon. I understand that's because going out that far is a little iffier with macroeconomic projections. But we also heard today that from Mr. Wills that the panels have a 30-year warranty, and 25 years is the project assumption life for some all standard offer solar projects in Vermont. Why choose the 40-year lifespan assumption based on some uncertainty around that? It's not typical.
Yeah, it's the number the developer provided to me. You could certainly do the math with the 30 years and you would still find a substantial benefit. I think that's part of the reason why I stuck with the 40, because you find substantial benefits, whether it's 30 years or 40 years. O&M costs do take into account having to replace things, inverters and parts. A warranty is certainly one document to rely on, but I mean, I have a dishwasher that has a warranty and I don't throw it out as soon as the warranty is up. So I wouldn't say that a warranty is necessarily the only item to look at when determining the project life. The calculations can be done for 30 years. And as I said, you still find substantial benefits. So I don't want that to get lost in the assumptions here.
But why was 40 years chosen? Just because that was originally presented to you as the model?
Yeah, that was what the modeling. So I didn't do the modeling that from using TV software, the developer did and provided that to me. And that was the assumptions that I was asked to use. So that is why I used those. And they are long, but it did seem reasonable given I do a lot of integrated resource planning across the country. And I have seen 40 years used by other companies. So it is high end, but it wasn't totally unreasonable. So I was happy to use it.
Thank you. Changing directions a little bit. In your surrebuttal testimony, I'm sorry, no, this was in your direct on page 11. Nope, sorry. I'll be centered in a minute. Sir rebuttal, page 4. You said, quote, "The need criterion encompasses both Vermont need and regional need." And trying to understand what you meant by that, because 248B4, I'll just tell you what it says. Says that the project must result in an economic benefit to the state and its residents. So where did you get the assumption that need criterion encompasses both Vermont and regional need?
So there I'm talking about electricity need, and that refers to the fact that Vermont has a regional power grid inherently. And so when you look at electricity demand in Vermont, it is inherently a regional issue because Vermont doesn't generate all of its own power, it gets it from the electricity grid. So on an electricity need basis, it has to be a regional view.
Okay, I understand that. I was trying to understand whether you were specifically referring to section 248B4.
I don't believe so. I believe it was just more generally trying to make the point that need from an electricity standpoint is kind of a regional concept when you are part of a regional power market such as New England.
So in other words, you were thinking more generally, not specifically to Vermont statutory criteria, correct?
Can you point me to what sentence? I think maybe I'm missing what you're asking. Can you point me to what line you're talking about?
Page 4 of your Sir rebuttal. You said the need criterion. So by that, I assumed you meant one of the criteria in section 248 encompasses both Vermont need and regional need.
Yeah, so there, if that's confusing, I apologize. There I was just referring to the need for electricity in the region because, as I said, I understand that the statute doesn't talk about regional need, but you can't look at electricity generation and need in Vermont in isolation from the grid.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allen?
So thanks. So just on that last point, I just want to be clear. It sounds like you are speaking to the need criteria in statute because you are linking that need to a regional need because the electricity system in Vermont is part of a regional system. Is that correct?
So I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I guess I can't speak legally. But as a economist and a electricity expert, when I think about need, when I'm evaluating need for electricity in any New England state, it cannot be looked at in isolation. It has to be looked at regionally.
Thank you. And harking back to a question from Mr. Auschnitt earlier, he had asked a couple of questions around emissions associated with tree cutting and construction vehicles. Are you aware of a reason that those were not included in your analysis?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. So that goes into life cycle emissions. So if you're evaluating the impacts of all of those construction activities, I would also need to evaluate the impact of all of the construction activities and procurement activities for the alternative. So for example, if the marginal resource on the grid is a gas plant, that gas plant had to be built and constructed. The gas had to be fracked. It had to be built, pipelines had to be built, that had to be transported. So you have to take into account the life cycle emissions of both. If you're just looking at the life cycle emissions of constructing, of clearing of the solar farm, it's very one-sided. And even if you did, my rebuttal testimony discusses the National Renewable Energy Laboratory report that has looked at overall the life cycle emissions of building a solar facility compared to maybe a gas plant. And the findings of that report, as I discussed in my rebuttal, is that they're about 1/10 for a solar farm relative to the alternative. So that's why I didn't include it, because it would be very skewed and it would only be one-sided. You kind of have to do the analysis for both. And if I had done the analysis for both, it would have been significantly in our favor anyways.
Thanks. I'm going to switch gears slightly. I'm struggling with the concept and the use of the term marginal emissions. It can mean different people in different contexts there is something that New England does, and this isn't part of your testimony, but it calculates marginal emissions coefficients, and it does so on the basis of essentially the last unit's dispatch, a slice of the system, last unit's dispatch. So I think of that as a short run marginal emissions. Then there's the concept of a long run marginal emissions, and that's kind of recognizing that there is capital that can kind of replace projects and create a longer term influence on the emissions or the avoided emissions associated with either a renewable project or a energy efficiency project. And then there's a concept of kind of average marginal emissions. So it's looking at the entire system and the way the system on average dispatches and operates, looking at, I think, all of the units on the system. And I'm trying to figure out which of those, if any, are the marginal emissions that you're referring to when you refer to marginal emissions.
Yeah, so the modeling, I'll talk about the avoided energy supply cost modeling. It's hourly dispatch. So it's every single hour of every year. I think there might be representative days or weeks done to streamline the massive exercise. But so the number that I include in the analysis is the aggregate over that entire time period based on the resource that is on the margin. But it is based on the hourly short run marginal emissions rates in every hour on the New England power grid. So we're not starting with an average number or a marginal number. We're starting with the individual units, looking at what unit is on the margin each hour. And then based on the total emissions that are avoided, we're calculating what is that average rate of the marginal resource.
But just so I'm clear, I mean, is the model essentially taking this 20 megawatt unit, putting it as if it's part of the system, and then calculating the emissions for the system with and without that 20 megawatt project? Is that the way of understanding what the model is doing?
No, so the modeling exercise, the avoided energy supply cost model, that is a study done for New England. That was not a study that included this resource. So what we do is we look at in that model, what was the last resource to come online? And therefore, what is the first resource that would not be dispatched if this project came online? That's commonly how this study is used.
So I apologize that I'm struggling, but in my mind, what I'm hearing you saying is that it's the last essentially increment of resources that are dispatched on the system, not all of the embedded. There may be base load or other resources that are not dispatched. You're really referring to the last units, likely natural gas and maybe in the winter oil fired units that are dispatched at the margin. Or is that what you're referring to as marginal emissions?
Yes, the last resource that's used. Like if you have a cost, you have the cost for every single resource. It's that last one, that most expensive one on an hourly basis.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming that the last ones dispatched are generally either the higher cost resources or the most flexible resources on the system?
Yes.
Easily dispatched units on the system.
Apologize for interrupting. Yes, that's generally the case.
Okay, thank you. So if you took a unit that is essentially first to be dispatched or a baseload resource, and you were to essentially look at the decrease in emissions associated with that in a given year, you add that resource, you can expect, if I'm understanding you, to see that much, 20 megawatts in this case, less of that resource being dispatched at the marginal emissions coefficients that are being modeled.
Sorry, I thought I heard you
In
say
other words,
thank you.
I'll try to reframe that so that it's a little more clear. The math that you're applying is in essentially year one, you're taking the 20 megawatts of unit, you're applying essentially the capacity factor, even though I know that's a separate issue in this. But assuming it's a 19% capacity factor applied to that 20 megawatts, you're going to get the number of gigawatt hours, and you're going to multiply that gigawatt hour number by an emissions coefficient that represents what I would characterize as the short run marginal emissions factor for the year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, does your analysis then take that number for 1 year and then essentially apply that number out by 40 to get essentially the displaced emissions associated with that 20 megawatt resource? So you're taking the marginal emissions coefficient, as you've described it, and you're calculating the emissions for 1 year, and then you're multiplying that emissions over a 40-year period to get the totals that you've come up with, that 646,000 short tons of CO2.
Oh, so you're talking about the AVERT analysis, not the avoided energy supply cost analysis, because there were two. There was a range. There was the AVERT analysis, which is the 600 number you're talking about, is one end of the range, which assumes that projects like this don't get approved and the grid doesn't actually transform, and we're still looking at a grid in 30 years, much like we have today. The smaller number, the 300 number, is using the avoided energy supply cost study that assumes decarbonization of the grid. And for that, the short run marginal emissions rate, it's different every year. It decreases based on the assumption that the grid decarbonizes, and therefore on some hours you have renewables as a marginal resource, and other hours you have fossil resources. So there's two different numbers in there with different methodologies.
Okay, so at least with one of those models, it's really a matter of just multiplying by 40, but in the other model, it is reflecting the differential character of the mix of the system. And presumably as battery technology comes online, as more solar comes online, the resources that the model, the AESC study is performing is actually recognizing a declining marginal emissions coefficient for each of those 40 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But to be clear, it's not like I'm not taking the model is calculating the coefficient based on like hourly production cost modeling of what's actually, okay, great.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, and am I correct that the modeling reflects the characteristics of the changing system as reflected in the goals that were articulated in the report on about page 7 for each of the states? So there were the 6 New England states. You've articulated the changing goals for low carbon and renewable resources. And my question is whether those goals are kind of reflected in the modeling, either in the AVERT modeling, which I don't think it does, given the method that you articulated, but with the AESC model that I think you are attempting to kind of capture that.
Yes, you're correct. The AVERT model does not capture that. The AESC model does. The only caveat I'll say is that this list of renewable energy goals predated the running of the AESC model, so it's possible if any of the regional targets were updated that we would have used the more recent target in the AESC modeling.
Okay. So just for my benefit, what is, when was the AESC model effectively last updated?
Earlier this year. So my team did that. I forget when it was published, but I think it was in the winter or the spring. So it's quite recent. I did not update that section of this report. So I believe that was still from the original date when it was originally published last spring.
And are you familiar with the ISO New England Q?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the essentially the resources that are kind of listed in the queue generally?
Generally.
Yeah. And can you just characterize for me what the queue is comprised of disproportionately going forward?
I don't know the proportions by resource type. I haven't looked at it recently or memorized that. I apologize.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to clarify, last question and answer was about the interconnection queue. Is that correct? Sorry.
That was my question. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check that. Thank you. Mr. Howe, any questions?
I think I have a question kind of on that back and forth. So that last discussion covered the AVERT model and the AESC model. Am I getting those both correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do they also take into account the bid prices at the margin? So for the marginal resources that are being displaced in the model, that would be displaced by this project, is the bid price also a consideration in the modeling?
So the AESC model, that is how it dispatches resources, is based on the energy cost. So with the inputs of fuel and heat rates and other things. The AVERT model is looking at a single recent historical year. So it's making those decisions based on what actually happened. So yes, the bid price is taken into account based on how bid prices actually occurred.
So for those marginal resources being displaced, let's say this project is approved and is online, would this project's bid be influenced by existing marginal resources to be displaced? Is that where the competition occurs, right at that margin?
So this project, because it's a solar project, would be zero marginal cost. So it would go in at the bottom of, if you're thinking of a price stack, it would go in at the bottom. So it would push off the highest cost resource. So that is the impact. That's the benefit it would provide to the power grid, is it pushes off that most expensive resource, that's that marginal resource.
Okay, I understand, I think, or at least I have enough to think about later.
Mm-hmm.
The one other question I had for you was on page 4 of your testimony. There's a first bullet point that talks about assuming an average firm capacity of 42%, and I believe that's contribution to summer peak is there in parentheses. Can you explain to me what that assumption is based on? The 42%, is there a time parameter on that, or what's being assumed?
Yeah, so the way that number was developed was I looked at the generation resources that are currently on New England power grid. NEPOOL puts out a list of all generators, and I filtered it for all the solar projects. I think I used a maybe 5 megawatt to 30 megawatt range. I tried to do ones of similar size, and I looked at what their summer peak contribution was relative to their nameplate. So that's based on what's basically the capacity contribution currently assigned to resources on the grid. This project might have a different firm capacity based on where it's entering now. That number didn't impact any of the modeling. So that was just a estimation of the capacity value it might provide that was totally external to any of the AVERT or AESC modeling.
Okay, thank you. And maybe one more question. I asked Mr. Wills this earlier, but is there any way to quantify, so in both need and economic benefit, one of the issues discussed was the reduction in wholesale energy prices. Do the models, do either model, I guess is a fair answer, do either of those models predict or quantify the reduction in wholesale prices? That was one, it was just a passage that appeared repeatedly, but there's no real number on it. And I just wondered if there's any estimate or prediction.
Yeah, so I did not do an estimate and prediction. As I was talking about with Mr. Allen, we did not run it's called the Encompass model is what was used for the AESC. What you'd have to do is you'd run it with and without this project, and you'd look at what are the energy prices with and without. That model is very time intensive to run, and it wasn't part of the scope of my analysis to run it, but theoretically you can actually do that. And then you say, what's the energy price with and without, and it gives you the answer.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you.
So based on some of these questions, just a quick one. Over the course of 40 years, do you expect that the ISO New England markets are going to remain static, Ms. Glick?
Do you mean price-wise or in terms of decarbonization, I guess a little more specifically?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was a bad question on my part. For example, what Mr. Howe was talking about or asked you about was the 42% capacity factor. ISO New England is currently looking at significant changes to the capacity market currently. Is that correct? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, can I just clarify though, you just said capacity factor, it's firm capacity. So I wanted to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Thank you, yes. One of the questions I have is as the system, the grid is changing so significantly in a short period of time, how should we be looking at sort of costs and benefits, and how should we be evaluating projects that are going to be potentially long-lived over the course of significant transition? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I would look at what summer capacity it has. So that means you would look at the timing of peak and how much this project can actually provide at peak. It might be less than 42% based on what's currently on the grid. You look at just as I did, I think the avoided emissions. So greenhouse gases have a real tangible damage to the environment, which is why I calculated the social cost of carbon impact of these projects. I think you look at the macroeconomic impacts. That's why I looked at all those things. I believe those are the best ways to evaluate it. You can look at as I was just talking about with Mr. Howe, the impact on the electricity market pricing and how that lowers customer costs and rates by lowering energy supply costs. I know that I am a New England electricity customer and I see my energy supply costs on my bill, and the only way those get lower is when you have more zero marginal costs and lower cost resources on the grid.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any other questions. Any questions that specifically arose as a result of the Commission's questions? Not seeing any. Mr. Hand, any redirect?
Just a small number. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Glick. Just a couple of questions. There was some extensive discussion of the NREL life cycle analysis report that you referenced in your testimony and in discovery. I want to show you, if I can get screen sharing capabilities. I'll show you what we've marked as SS cross 9. Not sure I have screen sharing ability yet.
While you're working on that, Mr. Hand, I'll just note, Mr. Amalang, you raised your hand here. It is only party representatives that can ask questions at this point. My understanding is that you're a witness. You'll have an opportunity later on to answer any questions. Thanks.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I wanted to mention something to Mr. Uchwitz about another question for Ms. Glick. I'm sorry, I did not know that. I have just a single question I wanted to have him ask her. So if I can ask this now, can we have ask?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object. I don't think this is the time for him to ask questions, as you just said, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sustained. Thank you.
And I apologize, Mr. Howell, I still don't seem to have screen sharing ability. You may be muted.
I don't think I heard you ask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I missed that. I was distracted.
Okay.
It's coming now. There you go. That should do it. Sorry about that.
No problem. Great. Thank you. It is teeing up here. Okay. Can you see what I'm showing on the screen, which is marked as Exhibit SS Cross 9? And this is the NREL assessment of life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. Is this the report is this the report you refer to in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
We would move the admission of SS Cross 9 just so the record's complete, given the number of references to this document.
Any objection? All right. SS Cross 9 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Glick, I'm not sure if you were here this morning, but there was a discussion of admitting intervener petitioner's response to intervener discovery request question 2-4. And this is a discovery response that you supplemented when you were substituted as a witness. Do you recall doing that substitution?
Yes,
Excuse me, doing that clarification.
Yes.
Great. And I'm showing you the revised response. This indicates your June 27th supplemental response to each of these subparts in 2-4. That's the update, correct?
Can you scroll down? I am not looking at the, oh, there we go. Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Good. So this is marked as Exhibit SS Cross 11, and we would move its admission now as well.
Any objection? All right. SS Cross 11, did I get that correct?
Yes.
Is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you. At this point, thank you, Ms. Glick. Appreciate your time. At this point, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to take 1 hour, so we'll be back at 1:25. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks ready to get started? All right. So, Mr. Hand, Ms. Westgate, I believe Mr. Willard is up next.
Yes, thank you. Petitioner calls Mike Willard to the stand.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Willard. Would you please raise your right hand and tell me if you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Willard, can you please state your name, your full name, your title, and your place of business for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael Willard, and I'm the Director of Land Planning and Landscape Architecture for VHB's Vermont office.
And are you the same Michael Willard who submitted direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, along with the exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or to your exhibits?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. The witness is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnet.
Okay. In exhibit Shaftsbury Solar MS-2 at page 20, you stated that, quote, the petitioner has made efforts to reduce the potential visibility of the project through site selection, end quote. This refers specifically to the configuration of siting the project on the project parcel, correct?
Yes.
In other words, this project site was not compared with other parcels in order to select a site with reduced visibility, correct?
My testimony is specific to this project site.
Okay. And then in exhibit SSMW-2, Appendix D, the landscape mitigation plan does not depict the, quote, existing conditions cut line, quote, does it?
Are you referencing the landscape mitigation plans?
Yes.
So the landscape mitigation plans would be representing the project CAD backgrounds. And so on those plans, the specific information that we're portraying is the proposed landscape mitigation, where a proposed mitigation plant material goes and sort of engages with the surrounding site context.
Okay, but there is an existing conditions cut line that's not shown. Is that correct?
Go back to the exact site plan you're referencing.
Okay, do we have that? Should I just move on? Yeah, okay. I'm going to move on. We'll try to pull that up. Also referring to SSMW-2, just to clarify, the landscaping berms will extend between 4 and 6 feet above existing grade, correct?
Yes.
It is your opinion that one way a project could be considered, quote, shocking and offensive to the average person would be if it would offend the sensibilities of the average person because it was, quote, exceptionally out of scale, end quote, with its surroundings. Is that fair to say?
Yes. So essentially for the shocking and offensive piece, shocking and offensive standard, it's an objective standard when you take into account the average person who doesn't previously have a formed view or opinion of the project. Certainly understand the local residents may have strong feelings about the project, but not the average person's perspective.
Okay. And it is also your opinion that one way in which a project could offend the sensibilities of the average person would be if it were entirely inconsistent with its surroundings.
Correct.
And also, just to clarify, is your understanding that the 4 to 6 foot high landscaping berms will comprise the relocated primary agricultural soils? Is that correct?
Yes, there will be prime ag soils as components of some of the landscape berms around the property.
And these will be planted in with the trees and shrubs for screening?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You got the exhibit? Okay, we're bringing up the exhibit now that I referred to earlier, the landscape mitigation plan.
And I need to switch presenters back to CA2.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, you should be all set.
This doesn't show cut lines. I'm confused. Yes, I think it. I guess the main point I was trying to get at is that this mitigation plan does not show existing conditions. It just shows it after whatever modifications. Correct?
No, that's not correct. The site plan, these landscape mitigation plans do portray the existing conditions. If you zoom in, you will see that the existing tree lines are represented by sort of a lighter gray scallop. And there are clear labels that identify existing trees to remain scattered throughout the plans. Additionally, if you, for example, these plans, since there's limited tree clearing where our landscape mitigation is identified, there's very few instances where you would see, I think you're referring to a cut line.
Yes.
I'm not clear what you mean by a cut line, but if there's trees to be removed and saved, then that is depicted in the plans where it occurs on our landscape mitigation plans.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you. Oh, and we need to enter some things into the record. So the exhibit that we just, the petitioner 1-73 of the right, is that? Yeah, I'm sorry, 1-73 of the discovery response.
Mr. Auschnitz, is that cross exhibit I-1 or 2, the first or second set of discovery responses?
I-1.
Thank you. And that was 1-73, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Westgate?
Petitioner doesn't object, provided Mr. Auschnitz files it as a separate document the way we discussed. Or I'm sorry, I realized realize as I'm saying that we've already discussed filing one combined replacement, but as long as it's part of that document.
Okay,
Great, thank you. It's admitted.
I think we're good.
Thank you. Mr. Willard, I just had a follow-up to Mr. Oshnett's last question regarding the clearing and what is depicted on the landscape mitigation. Just to make sure I understand, trying to see if it's a sheet number. It's the second to last of the actual schematic, not showing the planting heights, but this is the, where the solar arrays are. And yeah, exactly. Thank you. So on that, my memory from one of Mr. Crary's exhibits is that there's a line of there's an area a forested area that would be cut. That is not depicted on this plan. Is that correct?
If you, let's see, if you zoom into that lower section, see where the trees, that grouping of trees are, where they're proposed sort of Route 7, access would be. If you zoom into that in greater detail, I can show you representing the graphics on the plan. Yeah. So you can see there's a lighter gray scallop that is there, and that's from the survey of existing conditions. And so that lighter gray scallop represents the approximate locations of the existing tree line that is there today. And you can see the word limit of clearing typical. So that's represented by the darker scallop. So that would be sort of where the clearing limits would occur up to. And then that's why our proposed sort of landscape mitigation is sort of within the limits of those two darker scallop lines, sort of on the north and south edge of that cleared area. So graphically, that's what you would be looking for to identify sort of limits of clearing on our plans for landscape mitigation.
Got it. Thank you. So my eyes are not as good as they used to be, apparently. Thank you. Any questions from commission, staff, commissioners? Commissioner Cheney.
Yes, I have some questions about the mitigation as a whole. So you mentioned it both in your written testimony and now about the additional plantings, and the berms were brought up. Can you reflect on the revised design? You said in your rebuttal testimony that represented a significant effort to mitigate visibility of the project. Help me understand what about the revision makes a difference in terms of both what was proposed before and in terms of its effect, such that in your eyes there's adequate mitigation, specifically about the revised design, please.
Certainly. So the revised design of the project, the sort of the big step that was taken was potentially reducing views from the north, looking back south towards the project site from Trumbull Hill, as well as immediately adjacent neighbors off Holy Smoke Road. And so approximately 14 rows of panels were removed and sort of replaced throughout the project interior. So it pulled that northernmost array back behind the first existing hedgerow tree line that's there on the parcel on that northern boundary. So that was a significant move to move the panels and potential visibility from the pool property, which is the immediate neighbor to the north. And then by doing that, it reduces the potential unobstructed views of the project as seen from Trumbull Hill looking back towards the project itself. And so that really was a big step in mitigating potential visibility of the project by pulling it behind that existing dense, mature vegetative hedgerow that's there today. And to augment that, we pulled the landscape berm back up against that tree line that exists today, and we introduced other vegetation again, to augment that existing hedgerow with sort of a mix of evergreen and deciduous trees, as well as an understory planting of sort of native shrubs that would sort of harmonize it with its surroundings.
Thank you. And so I'm gathering that even though there are more panels in the revised design, I understand that they increased from 44,256 to 45,752. Those are placed, in your opinion, such that even though there are more panels, the views within the revised design are less.
Yes. So with the revised design and the panels being placed differently, they eliminated interior roads, so that created opportunities for the panels to find sort of a different home within the site. So internal circulation of those roads was changed, sort of supporting that. And so the panels were then placed in areas that have less visibility than where they were previously located on that northernmost section.
Thank you. That's all I have now.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen or Mr. Howe.
Did Commissioner Allen have questions on this or no? No. Okay. I just had two quick questions. I'm looking at page 12 of your report. And first, the suitability of project colors and materials. Is there a view shed in which the daily precast Casella Waste Systems and former Stanley Tools facility would be visible to a viewer at the same time as seeing the project?
No, not in the context of seeing the project at the same time. Usually what we do when we talk about suitability of project colors and materials, a lot of times it's also done in the context of sort of a regional and sort of immediate surrounding area from the casual observer. So if someone was driving around the area, we know other facilities and other character elements that are within the region that someone might encounter adjacent to the project.
Okay, so you can't see those other facilities at the same time when you're looking at the project?
Not from within the view shed from Trumbull Hill from the north looking back, no.
Okay. And then the next section, 2.4, impact on open space. Can you help me understand a little bit what you are applying as your definition, or I guess definition of open space? You mentioned conserved lands or open space identified within the town plan or regional plan. So if there is no open space identified in the town plan, are you concluding that it's not open space?
So usually in the planning realm, open space is a term that has sort of, it's used in sort of planning documents. And so usually open spaces refer to areas that communities are looking for to do conserved lands or protected lands, areas of significance or scenic resources were identified in a meaningful way. And so in our review of the town and regional plans, this property was not identified as open space, meaning it wasn't identified as being a protected or conserved lands.
So doesn't that really equate open space to land conservation measures if this was orderly development part or clear written community standard?
Yes, similarly in the orderly development part, that is also, it's reviewed in concert.
And is that the right test under 248 for the aesthetics inquiry?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any questions that arose specifically from commission questions? All right, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Willard. believe we have Ms. Wyman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wyman. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wyman. Can you state your full name and your position for the record?
Yep, my name is Stephanie Wyman. I'm a civil engineer with VHB in their South Burlington, Vermont office.
Wonderful. And you've submitted pre-filed and supplemental and rebuttal testimony in this case, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnet?
Okay, in answer 11, A11 of your direct pre-file testimony, page 8, beginning at line 11, you described the erosion control measures being undertaken during construction of the project. Will you be ensuring that your contractors follow Vermont's accepted, management practices regarding AMPs, whatever they are, regarding logging impacts on water quality during the clearing of approximately 45 acres of forest in site preparation?
So the contractor will be responsible for following the outlined erosion controls during construction while they are conducting tree removal, yes.
Okay, in your direct pre-file testimony at A16, page 11, around line 19, you state that the prime agricultural soils are being proposed as landscaping, correct?
I'm sorry, you broke up at the last part of your question. Could you restate that, please?
The prime agricultural soils are being proposed as landscaping berms, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And looking at your landscaping plans, you propose to plant those berms with shrubs and trees, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you've agreed in your stipulation with AAFM to return those soils in their appropriate strata in the correct order to the site at decommissioning, correct?
Yes.
Once tree roots have grown through those berms for 30 or now 40 years, will it be possible to remove those trees without disturbing the soil horizons of the underlying prime agricultural soils in order to return the soils to their original locations?
So the prime ag soils need to be stockpiled in the reverse order from which they are excavated. So the topsoil would be the first layer that gets excavated during construction, and then would be the bottommost layer of the stockpile.
But the point of the question is, you're proposing planting trees and shrubs in these berms, and how are you going to unscramble that egg?
So the contractor will be able to remove the vegetation that is at the top of the prime ag soil stockpiles, and then take out each individual horizon layer as they did, you know, when it was excavated originally, and place it back in that reverse order.
How deep do you expect the roots to be at that point after 30 or 40 years?
That would be a question that should be directed towards Mr. Willard as the landscape architect.
Okay, we just missed him, so all right. Has this been successfully accomplished previously at any location you are aware of, this deconstruction?
I don't believe that in the state of Vermont, to my knowledge, a project has been decommissioned yet.
Okay. All right. Okay, Walden, Vermont just got 7.25 inches of rain. The Vermont Stormwater Manual does not require design for that volume of water, correct?
The Vermont Stormwater Manual requires the volume of water of a 100-year storm event, which is variable throughout the state, depending on your location.
And what is it here in Shaftsbury?
At Shaftsbury, I believe we used somewhere in the ballpark of 6 inches.
Okay, so you expect then that Walden will get more rain than Shaftsbury? A lot more rain.
That's speculative.
Right.
I can't provide an answer to that.
Okay. So throughout this process of reconstructing the Primag soils at decommissioning, you expect to preserve the health of the Primag soils, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from commission side? Not seeing any. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wyman. Ms. Potter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Potter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Potter. Can you please state your name, title, and place of business for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Potter. I am an executive advisor at Quanta Technology in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And are you the same Lisa Potter that submitted pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections you need to make to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Potter. The witness is available for questions.
Mr. Erstedt?
Yeah, Ms. Potter, regarding exhibit SSLP-2, did you prepare the one-line and electrical facility plan?
No, I did not.
The inscription on that diagram states, quote, to Shaftsbury Solar Site A and B, correct?
Yes.
On exhibit SSLP-2, one of those sheets depicts Shaftsbury Solar Project's substation and another depicts the GMP substation, correct?
Yes.
There are no seals or signatures on any of the exhibits, exhibit SSLP-2 sheets, correct?
You have to look real quick. I am looking at the version SSLP-2 submitted in January, and there are no seals or signatures.
Okay. The sheets which depict the GMP substation will be submitted under your signature or under the signature of a GMP engineer, correct?
I would not know that. It is likely to be under the engineer hired by Shaftsbury Solar.
Okay, so it sounds like it certainly wouldn't be you then, correct?
No, correct.
Okay. And you are not a licensed or registered PE in Vermont, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any questions on commission side? Great. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Potter. Mr. Badek?
Bidek.
Bidek, thanks, sorry.
I understand he's joining, but I don't see him quite yet. That's him. Mr. Bidek is here.
Okay, I don't see him. Did
Mr.
others?
Bidek, can you please turn on your camera? I see that you're showing up in the names, but
For some reason, yeah, I can't. It's not trying. I can't open my camera through the. Let me see here. I might try. Not sure what the issue is. I haven't used this app before. Active cameras.
There should be something at the bottom of your screen that offers the mic, the camera, a share option, and a leave option. Do you see those?
I think I just, okay, share.
Now don't share, go to camera. You just succeeded, Mr. Bidek. Well done. So I will swear you in now. And first, good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bidek. Can you please state your name, title, and place of business for the record?
Christopher Bidek. I'm Director of Noise and Vibration Services at VHB in Watertown, Massachusetts.
Did you submit direct, pre-filed, and supplemental testimony and exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or exhibits?
I would like to make some corrections. I discovered some typos in one of my exhibits. I'm not sure how it is numbered, but it is the revised sound study report dated January 18th, 2024.
Is that exhibit SSCB2 revised?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
What corrections do you have?
I discovered typos in Table 1 as it pertains to the stated sound equipment sound level emission summary for the 27,000 kVA transformer. And in particular, it's the octoband sound power levels at 2,000 hertz, 4,000 hertz, and 8,000 hertz. So I will read the correction if that's appropriate at this time.
Yeah, and if it's helpful, I'm happy to share that for everyone to look at. I just would need sharing capability. Everyone see that? Great.
Okay, in the third line that shows sound level data for the 27,000 kVA transformer under 2,000 hertz rather than 71.6, the table should read 68.9. Under 4,000 hertz rather than 77.6, the number should read 61.7. And under 8,000 hertz rather than 72.7, the level should be 54.9. And I confirmed this morning that these are typos in creating the report itself, and all the underlying data that went into the models and all of the output as presented in the report, including Table 2 and the accompanying figures to the revised sound study dated January 18th, are all accurate and as presented.
Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bidek. Are there any other corrections?
No.
Okay, the witness is available for questions.
Thank you. And petitioner will be providing a corrected version of this for the record. Just clarifying. Thank you. Mr. Auschnitt.
Yes, you did not conduct ambient sound measurements, did you?
We did not report any ambient sound measurements for this project in this sound study. That is correct.
Okay, but you didn't conduct them. You neither conducted them nor reported them.
Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of having conducted ambient sound level measurements for the project.
Okay. You did not model the sound to be produced by construction, did you?
We did not model construction noise for this project. We addressed construction noise from the project qualitatively. I believe the sound study report should address that, and that construction would abide by any local regulations or ordinances and would occur during the typical times of day for which construction is permitted to occur.
So similarly, you did not model the sound to be produced by traffic to and from the construction site, did you?
Traffic, noise from traffic going to and from the construction site was not modeled. Again, it was addressed qualitatively.
Did Mr. Wills or any other representative of the petitioner provide you with the estimated traffic trips data during construction of the project?
No, I have not seen such data.
You did not model the sound to be generated by the two new substations, the GMP and Shaftsbury Solar substations, did you?
The sources modeled for this project are as identified in our sound study report.
Do they include the GMP and Shaftsbury Solar substation?
It includes a substation associated with the project, which I believe the larger of the transformers would be located on the project substation for the interconnection. As far as a GMP substation, we've stated, I'm just going to refer to my sound study report. I believe it's on the first page. I just want to make sure I get the nomenclature correctly, that the only equipment I'm aware of on the GMP substation is the 46 kV 3 breaker ring bus, which is not considered a major source of noise.
Okay. Exhibit SSRW2B indicates that the maximum estimated daytime sound level at the nearest residence has increased from 23.8 decibels to 25.1. What factors specifically led you to conclude that the maximum estimated daytime sound level at the nearest residence had increased by that amount?
We had the primary purpose for revisiting the sound study was to remodel the project for a revised site layout. So the primary aspects for changes in sound levels are related to that site layout.
Can you identify what in the site layout changed, increased the sound level at the residence?
Not off the top of my head. No, I cannot.
Okay. So just to confirm, the new configuration of the project submitted by the petitioner on January 2024 would generate more sound than the original configuration. Is that correct?
The sound levels are higher, and but they're generally consistent with the prior layout, and they're generally consistent with sound levels that are typical of a rural environment or environs, or the background sound in such an environment.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any questions from commission folks?
I do have some
Machine.
questions. So I was thinking as these questions were being asked that one of the reasons, or perhaps the main reason that the sound level would have increased is that the revised plan shows the distance between the project and the nearest house as having shrunk a little. But I'm looking at your sound report and a separate document, and you may or may not be able to reflect on this, but in your sound plan on page 2 and also in your conclusion, you say that the closest residential building is located approximately 460 feet north of some of the proposed equipment. And it may be a matter of what we're talking about as being equipment. However, in the description of the revised plan, which is SSRW2B, the distance to the nearest house is shown as shrinking from 360 feet to 338 feet. So we have 460 feet here, 360 shrinking to 338 in the other document. And I'm asking you first if you know anything about about the discrepancy there. Could it perhaps be that equipment is being understood to be different in the two documents? Any reflection you can give on that would be helpful.
I don't know that I could, speak to specific distances that you mentioned without reviewing, materials, the site plan in conjunction with a detailed or scaled version of our graphics. I do know that, one of the major, as I stated before, reasons for revisiting the sound study was a revised site layout. So any further reflection beyond that, I'm not able to answer off the top of my head. So,
if there is a difference between of more than 100 feet in any given scenario between equipment and a structure, is there a significant difference in sound levels at more than 100 feet closer?
Well, it depends upon what your starting distance is. A change of 100 feet, if you're 1,000 feet away, is a relatively small change. If you're 100 feet away, if you're originally 200 feet away, and you move to 100 feet closer, then that's a larger change in sound level.
So in this case, sorry, go ahead.
So I was just going to point out that from 200 feet down to 100 feet from a single point source, the change in sound level might range from 6 to 7.5 decibels per distance doubling, because that's a distance doubling from a single point source. But we're dealing with distributed point sources over the entire solar farm, so they're all going to vary somewhat in how the sound levels emitted from those spatially diverse sources would change.
So if a residence were in fact more than 100 feet closer than the modeling that you have in your report, would you expect to change your data on expected sound levels?
That's just an open-ended question in my opinion. Like I said, it all depends upon where the receptor would be located, and which piece of equipment is moving closer to. It's because the contributions from the wide variety of sources on site would all contribute to the computed sound level. But yeah, in general, moving closer, moving a receptor closer to a sound source would increase levels. And we use the detailed computer modeling to take into account all the different effects that come into what the computed sound level would be.
I guess I'm not understanding your answer in that it's not depending upon where. If both documents are correct, they're referring to the same house. One says the closest residential building, that's your document. The other one says the nearest house. So, and I may be wrong about the precise language, but we're talking about a structure that is deemed to be the closest. If it's more than 100 feet closer, would the data in your sound report be different based on that same structure being closer?
If it were closer, I'm not sure the source of the different distances or how they were scaled. I'm not sure what other document you're referring to. I have not reviewed it.
I'm referring to SSRW2B, which is submitted by Mr. Reed as the revised plan that you referred to earlier in your testimony today.
Okay. Yeah, well, from the revised plan, yeah, we incorporated the geometry from that revised plan into our noise model and use that as a basis of our noise modeling. So I'm not sure what the potential discrepancy is in terms of distances, but if a sound source, if the closest residence is closer to the sources, sound levels would increase due to the increased proximity of the residents to the sources.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you. My apologies if this was in your testimony or your report and I'm just not seeing it. The table 1 lists Table 1 of your report on page 3 lists the dBA for each transformer and then says, for example, or I'm looking at 3000, basically the 3 kVA transformer, there's 8, and then the numbers there are the dBA for each individual transformer. Is that correct?
Right, there are 8 transformers and each one individually would produce an overall sound power level of 78.7.
Great, thank you. And then table 2 shows predicted sound levels at different receptors. I'm assuming the sound, well, I'm just going to double check this. The sound modeling that you conduct assumes multiple or sound emanating from multiple inverters or transformers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And yeah, the report states that we had different daytime and nighttime scenarios. For the daytime scenario, we're assuming that there are 8 power inverters at 3200 kW in operation, and there are 8 3000 kVA transformers. So all the equipment in table 1 of the report, as well as the 27,000 kVA transformer. All those pieces of equipment would be operating as shown on the site plan during daytime operation, and so those results at the homes are reflected in table 2. And for nighttime operation, we assumed, as stated in the report, that the inverters would not be in operation, but the transformers would. The 8 power transformers and then the 1 large transformer would operate at night.
Great, thank you. And just to make sure I'm being clear, if you've ever sat by a pond in sort of late May and heard a spring peeper, it sounds very, very nice. And then if you hear 30 spring peepers in the same pond at the same time, it's a very different experience from a sound perspective. And so my question was really, you're modeling this as if all the inverters are operating, so each receptor is hearing a little bit. Obviously depends on distance, but they're hearing, each receptor is receiving sound for each of the inverters. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Great, thank you. It's the only question I had. Sorry, Commissioner Allen.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions triggered by the questions from Mr. Ushnet. What is the period? Are you aware of what the period of construction is? How long it would take to build a project this size?
Not off the top of my head. No, I'm not familiar with how long it would take.
Okay, and you refer to background levels of noise in a rural environment. What would be a typical noise level, and what would be the source? Is the wind, the leaves, peepers?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a combination of biogenic sounds, as you mentioned, biogenic sounds from insects, birds, there's wind in the trees, there's roadway traffic, distant roadway traffic, there's, aircraft overflights on occasion, there's distant rail. I'm not quite sure how close, this site is to any rail, but and as an example, I mean, we do provide an attachment A to our sound study report, just a primer on sound level concepts, and in that attachment there we provide figure A1, which shows some common outdoor and indoor noise or sources of noise and their equivalent levels, and this is something that a figure that the Federal Highway Administration has published and put out, and it shows, on the left-hand side, common outdoor noises, and quiet rural at nighttime is shown as, one of the quieter noise environments. So the quietest noise environment in this figure, and the sound levels are, seem to be in the low 20s. So again, somewhat the predicted net levels that we're generating from our model are consistent with this noise environment or background noise environment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions that arose specifically from commission questions? Any redirect?
Yes, I do want to just ask Mr. Bidek a couple.
Sorry, Ms. Westgate. Mr. Ushnet, was I too quick when I asked if there was any specific questions?
Yeah, I just have a question about the tonality of the sound. I think analogous.
To that. That's not, that wasn't part of the commission's questioning.
Can you identify a specific question?
Well, the analogy I'm making is to the peepers that were mentioned, that the pitch of the sound is an essential component of whether or not it's acceptable or not. And my question was, to what extent does your modeling account for the degree of irritation from different pitches? I don't know how to phrase it really exactly.
Okay, so I'll answer the question, I guess, since we did account for the frequency content of the different sources. So we relied upon measurement data for the inverters, collected for a different type of inverter, but what's important is the shape of the spectrum, and we normalized it such that it produced an overall sound power level that was consistent, for the inverter that we identified in the report, the TMEC. And so we didn't, and so we looked at third octoband data, and at the closest residences, there did not appear to be any indication of tonal issues. And one way that we can also indirectly account for it is if, referring to my sound study report, we identify levels of noise that are found to be compatible with residential land use, and since there are no acoustic performance standards specifically laid out for a project of this type in Vermont, we reviewed what some other agencies use as recommended guidelines for levels, and for example, World Health Organization recommends 40 at night. The U.S. EPA, in their guidance, their guideline value is a 55 day-night noise level, which is equivalent to 55 during the day and 45 at night. And then the American National Standards Institute, they have a noise standard that is pretty much consistent with the EPA document, in the sense that you start with an acceptable level of 55, and then you, depending upon time of day and other characteristics of the noise source, you make some adjustments to that level. And so, for example, for night.
Excuse me. Thanks for your information. It's getting a bit TMI, I think. So. Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to just close that up. I will note that the ANSI standard, as discussed in the report, does talk about annoyance, impulsivity, tonality, some other issues as well. So just want to note that. So, thank you. Ms. Westgate, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to return to follow up on some of the questions asked by Commissioner Cheney. I'm hoping that I could share. I'd like to ask Mr. Vidic about the document that Commissioner Cheney was referring to. Okay, can everyone see that? Great. Mr. Vidic, Commissioner Cheney was asking you about, I believe, the approximate distance to the residence that's listed here in this chart. Do you recall that?
I recall that she was, mentioning distances, and she referred to the plan. But yeah, I was not. I had not reviewed this table that was part of the plan.
Okay. And I should say that this is Exhibit SSRW2, Rev 2. And the line that I was just pointing to, I apologize if this is kind of freaking out. It seems to be, I don't know if it's flashing for you guys. I'm going to go back down a level. So the line that Commissioner Cheney was referring to, I believe, is C here, this 338 feet and the approximate distance to the residence. Do you see that on this plan where C is reflected? And again, I'll try to zoom in, but.
Yes, I think so. It's to the north.
And the distance that's pointed here, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's happening here. Are you able to see this line right here? Where C is pointing to?
Yes, C, looks like C, there's a line between what appears to be a residential building to the north of the site, and it goes down to a solar panel in the array.
And is this solar panel a piece of sound producing equipment?
No, the sound sources that we modeled were the inverters, transformers, and the large power 27,000 transformer. So the panel itself is not a sound producer.
So in your report, where it points to the shortest distance between the between sound producing equipment and the nearest residence, would it be the same as that? Would you expect it to be the same as this line right here, C?
No, it would be to one of the equipment pads or the that large transformer.
Right here, potentially?
Yes, so we're talking of, we'd be, it would be a different distance. It would not be when we're talking about distances sound producing equipment, it would not be the distance to the solar panel.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Videk. All right.
Can I do a quick follow-up? Because then isn't the question in the redesign, were the transformers and sound producing equipment moved in such a way as to be significantly closer to the residences?
Not
Shall I
seeing an
answer
objection. Yeah, I'm not seeing an objection from Ms. Westgate, so yes. Well,
I would object to that. I'm not sure that that's really about the distance between that. We're following up specifically on the answer to Commissioner Cheney's question on the distances, and we're now opening that up to the
Right, but we've been educated. We've been educated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Auschnitt. I didn't hear the end of Ms. Westgate's objection. So can you just one at a time? Yeah. We're following up specifically to the answer to Commissioner Cheney's question on the distances, and we're now opening that up.
Yes, the distance to the closest sound producing equipment included in Mr. Videk's report, not the revisions to the site plan that occurred previously.
Thank you.
Well, can I now speak, or I don't want to?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my question then is, well, we've been educated that what matters here is the distance to the sound producing equipment. So has the sound producing equipment been moved relative to the houses such that in the revised plan, it's significantly closer than it was in the original plan? I realize this might be complicated because you've got a whole bunch of transformers and inverters, but is that an analysis you've done?
Mr. Videk, if you could answer that limited question, please.
Okay, I mean, I have not analyzed how the different pieces of equipment move with respect to one another from one site plan to another. All I can say is that our sound model does reflect, the first sound model that we did reflected the sound plan or the site plan at the time with the layout of the equipment. The sound model that we developed with the revised site plan reflects all the locations of the equipment as reflected in that site plan. So I haven't done an A to B of the two site plans, but each of the models do incorporate them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Mr. Videk. All right, Mr. Guzman, I believe your witnesses are up next. I believe it's Mr. Poor and Mr. Wheeler, starting with Mr. Poor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department calls Mr. Poor to the stand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Poor. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Poor. Could you just state your name for the record?
TJ Poor, I'm the Director of Regulated Utility Planning at the Public Service Department.
And what is your current position with the, oh, I'm sorry, you just, I cut out for a second, but I did hear you say you're the director. Did you prepare and submit a direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections that you believe need to be made to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Porter is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Auschnitt?
Admit this, right? Okay, first order of business, I think is, there was a cross exhibit I-5 on solar forest clearing that was submitted by PSD as a response to PSD 1-11. And we want to make sure we identify it and confirm that this is an agency record produced and kept by PSD in the course of their business, and ask them that it be moved into the record.
I don't believe we provided this one, or at least I did not provide this.
Well, we're a bit mystified because, you know, the question that was asked, the intervener question that was asked had nothing to do with forest clearing, so we suspect it may have been mislabeled in some way.
We
just want to make sure it gets in the record.
I'm not familiar that we necessarily produced that document. Could you clarify which discovery question in your cross exhibit you're referring to?
Yeah, it was question interveners PSD 1-11. And it's cross exhibit I-5.
I'm looking at cross exhibit with question 111, and we indicated we didn't consider the items contained in parts A and B of that question. I don't believe that was a document that was produced by the department, and perhaps that was produced by ANR.
I need advice on how to get this into the record. I mean, we can skip over it for now, but I guess we just wanted.
I would suggest asking Mr. Coster about that when he is, about this particular exhibit, when he is up later.
Okay, let's move on then. Okay, questions for TJ. The Department of Public Service has not, in fact, analyzed the actual economic benefits of solar generation project of similar size to the proposed project in Vermont. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And furthermore, the Department of DPS has not, in fact, analyzed the actual energy output of solar projects of similar size to the proposed project in Vermont, such as Coolidge Solar, correct?
Correct. We have not conducted that kind of analysis on specific projects.
Okay. The Department of Public Service has not, in fact, analyzed the natural resources considerations or opportunity costs of the development of solar projects of similar size to the proposed project in Vermont, correct?
Again, correct, not with regard to proposed projects.
Okay. And in making your determination about the project's need and value to Vermont, you did not quantify the aesthetic impacts and natural resources impacts to Vermont and to society at large, did you? And the department has not specifically analyzed or formulated a projection of how many hours or days per year ISO New England will or will not dispatch Shaftsbury Solar, has it?
We have not.
Okay, we asked a question in Discovery about the one-line diagram label for Shaftsbury Solar Site A and B. We referred to this earlier in questioning, and you responded that while Exhibit SSTG-2 does show 2 circuits, Exhibit SSLP-2, which superseded Exhibit SSTG-2, shows only one 3-phase circuit labeled as, quote, Shaftsbury Solar Site A and B. The department and the reference to sites A and B. That was your response. My question now is, have you received any information from the petitioner since the time of your Discovery response that has clarified why the one line refers to Shaftsbury Solar sites A and B?
So that response, I'm not sure which question you're referring to specifically. I suspect, though, because it's referring to the one-line diagram, Mr. Jordan was responsible for that response, but I could clarify that if you give me the question number.
This is Eric speaking. The question that Mr. Auschnitt is referring to is PSD 1-40. That was indeed a response by Bill Jordan and not Mr. Poor.
Okay.
So Mr. Poor cannot really speak to that. It's not within the scope of his testimony.
Okay. Okay, at page 9, lines 3 to 8 of your direct pre-file testimony, you stated that the project will have little or no impact on Vermont's progress in meeting the Vermont Global Warming Act's requirements. In the analysis and calculations you undertook to reach this opinion, you did not consider life cycle analysis factors like the greenhouse gas produced by manufacturing, shipping, and ultimately disposing of the solar panels and fuel use during construction, and so on, correct?
That's correct. The Global Warming Solutions Act doesn't consider life cycle emissions in its accounting. In the tool it uses to quantify whether we've reached our targets or not, our requirements or not.
Okay.
So I did not use life cycle emissions values.
Oh, all of these? Okay. Then I'd like to, at this point, move some discovery questions into the record. For DPS 118, 18 through 21, 18, 19, 20, 21, 30, 28, 29, and 41. And the cross exhibit I-4. Is that the one they said they copy? Yeah. No.
If I may just have one moment to review those. Thank you.
Sure. So I'm going to ask this again.
Thank you. We would have no objection to the admission of those specific discovery questions, provided that they're submitted as a separate document from the intervener's cross exhibit that contains all of the department's discovery. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the cross exhibit you were looking to admit?
Exhibit I-4.
And my apologies, can you say again the specific numbers there within I-4?
Okay, it's that's I or what? I-18, 1, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then 1, 30, 28, 29, 41.
Okay. Thank you. So we would have no objection to those specific questions within that document. However, we would object to the admission of the entire exhibit containing all of our discovery responses, as well as our documents that we produced within that document. So, so we would object to the cross exhibit.
Oh.
Thank you. My understanding is the request is for the specific
Yeah, it's
question responses.
Yeah, I may have confused things. Sorry.
Thank you.
Then no objection.
Great. Mr. Hand, I noticed you came off mute.
Just to emphasize, we have no objection either to those individual responses being included.
Great. Thank you. Those are admitted. All right. Mr. Auschnitt, I believe, you're done with your questions?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, questions from commission folks?
I have some questions, Mr. Poor. Looking at your direct testimony, you do state what we know to understand, that there's no guarantee that energy and capacity resources would go to Vermont. The RECs are unlikely to be retired to meet Vermont's current renewable obligations. And given that, as you say on page 8, given that also that the price to be paid for the electricity and who might be purchasing it is unknown, the chief economic benefit. Did I hear someone say something?
Yes, this is a reporter. You're cutting out, so could you just start over? I don't know, is anybody else finding that she's cutting out? No, it's just me, okay?
Yeah, I'll start again.
Sorry.
Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't just you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll try again. Stop me if it's still cutting out. All right. Yeah. So I don't remember exactly what I said, but there's some givens here in your testimony that basically that they're unknowns. There's no guarantee, for example, that the energy and capacity resources will go to Vermont, and that the RECs are unlikely to be retired to meet Vermont's current renewable obligations. It's unknown what price will be paid for the electricity and who might be purchasing it. And so I'm understanding you in that context to be zeroing in on what you see as the definite benefit would be coming from, I'm sorry, here it is, that the main economic impacts are associated with construction and operation. That's on page 8 of your direct testimony. So can you talk about that a little bit? For example, are the construction economic benefits one-time benefits? That's my first question.
So yes, I think a lot of those construction benefits are one-time benefits. Most of them are one-time benefits.
And then regarding operation, because you also mentioned that main economic impacts coming from operation, but earlier today, the petitioner, by way of Mr. Wills, said that there would be no full or part-time personnel on site. So what do you see as the operation that is bringing those economic impacts, benefits, I should say?
So I think the continued benefits are associated with tax payments to the area, and then when there is, although there'll be nobody there, on site, there will be maintenance needs, and those maintenance needs will need to come on site, whether it's maintenance of the vegetation or inverter replacements or other maintenance for the system. And so I think those are a smaller portion, but they carry on through the life of the project.
So I'm understanding you to say that part of your definition of operation includes the tax revenue, for example, that comes from the operation of the project, that based on its output. Is that correct?
Its output or its capacity and still being there. I think solar is taxed specifically on a per kW basis.
Is it per kW capacity then, I should have said? Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
All right. Thank you. And then you also mentioned that you referred to the fact that it was unknown still what would happen with the then uncertain future of the improved renewable, changed, amplified renewable energy standard. Now that we do know that that's been signed into, not signed, but the veto has been overridden. Can you reflect on how that affects your testimony?
Yeah, so I think that, I was around earlier when Mr. Wills was testifying, and he mentioned that, the project is still being proposed to meet the Connecticut solicitation for power, and the renewable energy credits, if they win that solicitation, will all be bundled with the energy and sold out of state. But what the revised renewable energy standard does is, one, if those credits are, if the petitioner does not win that solicitation and sell to out of state, it creates another avenue for those renewable energy credits to be sold in the state, in Vermont, and provides a little more encouragement, I would say, for a Vermont utility to engage in conversations. The other thing that could happen is that once those renewable energy credits are sold to Connecticut, theoretically they could resell those. I don't think Connecticut is currently in the practice of doing those procurements and then reselling the attributes associated with what they purchase, but you can unbundle the attributes and they could be resold to a utility in Vermont. No guarantee of that happening, and I think that's unlikely, but it's a possible outcome.
And as you're implying, this is hypothetical, because earlier we heard that at the moment that the proposal on the table is that they're bundled to an out-of-state entity. But I'm inferring from what you're saying too that there's a greater need with the higher requirements for energy of this type. Our own utilities will have a greater appetite and requirement to satisfy. So this kind of project would be what the state needs.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm trying to get at if it does in fact go to Connecticut, then there's no opportunity for a utility to use it to meet its now larger renewable energy requirements.
That's correct, but it's also correct what you said is that utilities will have a larger appetite or a larger need to have renewable energy in Vermont. And it could come from this type of project, it could come from a smaller project, but when you look at the statutes altogether, 30 VSA 218C is a requirement for least cost planning, and economies of scale make it likely that this type of project, which is now eligible in Vermont under a renewable energy standard, would be more cost effective than a smaller project.
Right, I understand you when you say this type of project, but not this project if it is indeed bundled in its entirety out of state.
Correct. If this project, if the attributes are sold out of state, then they are out of state.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Just want to follow up a little bit on the discussion on RECs. We have a significant amount of solar currently in Vermont. Are all of the RECs from the solar projects retired in Vermont?
No, they have not been historically.
Okay.
I could
Look
elaborate.
like
Do you want me to
continue.
elaborate?
Please.
Well, there's a number of projects. There's one other project, for instance, the Coolidge project, where all of those renewable energy credits are sold out of state. When that project was being developed, it was not eligible to meet any of the high value tiers of the renewable energy standard. There's also a number of smaller projects that were developed under the state's standard offer program that were not eligible to meet the renewable energy standard requirements, the high value tier anyway, because they were built too long ago. Those projects are all now eligible. I'm not sure the online data of Coolidge, but I think that would be eligible as well if it was after 2010. And so, I'm not sure what the disposition of all those renewable energy credits are. They're kind of sold out of state, but they could be brought back in state now if they were available.
Thank you. And is it worth distinguishing between standard offer projects which are behind the ISO meter and larger projects such as this and Coolidge? And sorry, let me give a little bit more guidance there. We talked a little bit about RECs, but also with respect to energy and capacity benefits as well.
So smaller projects under 5 megawatts can be, as you referred to, as behind the meter. And that just means that ISO New England doesn't dispatch them, and they act as load reducers in the marketplace. So in Vermont, it just looks to ISO New England as a reduction in the utilities load from wherever they are. That adds a little bit more value to the utility. You're avoiding line losses, you're avoiding some other values in the market, and some other charges in the marketplace, like transmission charges that are based on your load at a certain time. And so there is a distinguishing of those, that demarcation of 5 megawatts. Those types of resources do have different values. They also have different costs to construct as well. And so if you're looking at it overall, you need to consider both sides of it.
Great, thank you. All I had. Anybody else on commission side?
I had one question, but it's actually a 3-part question, and I'll just lay them all out there in sequence and let you respond. The first part is under the department's economic benefit analysis, does the department also consider or evaluate economic costs? So basically the thrust of that, is it a net economic benefit or just a only on the positive side of the balance sheet? The second is what are some examples of, if so, what are some examples of economic costs? And the third part is just whether there were any economic costs considered in this particular case.
So broadly speaking, when we do economic analysis, we do look at both the costs and the benefits. So we're looking at the net impact. and usually over time, and we look at the net present value impact. So we discount the future dollars for the time value of money as well. We specifically did not conduct our own analysis on this. We reviewed the petitioner's analysis, in which case there were both costs and benefits. It is the cost to, it should be the cost to, well, let me back up. There's two lenses also, which economic analyses are usually reviewed under, at least two, but two primary ones is one, what is it going to cost to utilities, or even you could expand that to Vermont? What are the costs and benefits to Vermont? And then what are the costs and benefits to society at large? And those two tests have somewhat different inputs to them on both the cost and the benefit side. Types of costs, cost to construct the project, societally it's cost to construct the project, including any transmission, distribution upgrades, and also, and you look at all of the benefits associated with it, from reduced energy prices or energy value to capacity value. And you have to be careful to not count values that are just transfer payments from one to another. On a Vermont basis, then you kind of really just look at the impacts to Vermont. Something like this, the cost is really, if there was a PPA associated with this project, I would simply look at the purchase power cost over time, like what does it cost on a $1 per megawatt hour basis? Because all of the construction costs, all of the transmission upgrade costs, it's all embedded in the price that Vermont utilities ultimately pay. So that is actually the cost of the project, where and then the benefits are the benefits associated with that project. And then if you add another layer of kind of the a broader economic look, then you can say, okay, well, we have economic values associated with construction, more than macroeconomic values associated with construction. Those tax benefits are coming over time, et cetera, and those become a value to the state.
Just one follow-up question. So by not having a PPA in place here, does that eliminate the cost consideration?
So in my testimony, I assumed that the cost was equivalent to what you could otherwise buy the market products for. And so it was a market equivalent. Either they would otherwise buy that power on the marketplace, and including the renewable energy credits.
Great, thanks.
Commissioner Allen.
Yeah, just one follow-up. If there are kind of regional costs and benefits that kind of inure to the benefit of the state, would those be included in your analysis of benefit to the state?
So something like the price suppression effects, some of those happen directly to Vermont, and some of those are regional. And so I would include those depending on the lens I was looking at. If I was looking at a Vermont lens, I would look only the Vermont benefits. And if I was looking more broadly, I'd include them all.
Thanks.
I have a follow-up to that. On page 6, going on to 7, you talk about assuming price is roughly equivalent, but still it's an unknown price. Are we talking about the same price here in this most recent back and forth? And if it's unknown, how can it be factored in?
Yeah, so that's where I'm assuming that it would be at the equivalent price of market alternatives, because either the project would just be a merchant generator and provide power for the clearing price that ISO New England sets, or it would enter into a contract with our utilities, which in their least cost planning, they will look at alternatives, and that could be thought of as the prevailing market price. That's not necessarily a guarantee, but then we on the after the fact, or a big contract, maybe beforehand, we'd review the contracts, and we would not allow to go into rates anything that was imprudent. So if the utility just didn't do its diligence and signed a contract for way above market, we would not let them recover that. And so that's kind of a protection of having above market costs.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ashnet, do you have a question based on a specific question that we had asked?
Yes, one question. Do you consider, in considering costs, do you consider costs to the natural environment?
To the extent they can be quantified. So those would be under the societal perspective. So one cost that we often quantify in value is the social cost of carbon. I recognize there are other costs and benefits to the natural environment of different projects, and to the extent those can be quantified, which can be difficult, they could be included in that type of analysis.
Well, do you consider things like wildlife, trees? I don't know. I mean, it's I know it's difficult to quantify, but certainly that is the case for this project. That's what we're really talking about with this project. Are we going to destroy the environment to place solar panels?
Those impacts I don't believe they've been quantified in this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guzman, any redirect?
I have no redirect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Poor. At this point, I know that we have one more DPS witness. I'd like to take a quick 10-minute break, however, and I also am interested if folks, when we get back from the 10-minute break, when we come back at 3:20, if folks can verify that their cost estimates are still good. I'm just trying to get an understanding of how late we can go and whether we are going to need to continue tomorrow. Mr. Hand, did you want to say something now?
I'm happy to respond when we get back.
Great. All right, thanks. So we'll meet back at 3:20. Thank you. All right, so the question I asked before was just if anybody had any updates. I'm not trying to rush people, put people through. People have the time that they need to conduct cross-examination. I'm just trying to get a sense of logistics for today.
Okay, yeah, I don't have any problem working late. I guess the thing I would like to request on behalf of the interveners is to rearrange the order in which we get cross-examined from where it is now, to put Samantha Anderson first, Rob Moore second, me third, and Bob Amelang last. He also will be doing the Surrey rebuttal. So I don't know if necessary, that would be the one we'd have to kick over till tomorrow. But I think that order would be more time efficient as well.
We don't have any objection to switching the order. And I can say that I've conferred with Mr. Hand during the break, and petitioners' cross estimates are likely to be much shorter. Or sorry, our cross examination is likely to take less time than we projected.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right. So why don't we try to push through unless anybody has any concerns? And mostly I'm looking at Kim and the commissioners, because you folks are necessary to this.
I'm all set. I finally got my camera to work, so I can be here. Thanks.
Thanks.
It depends on how you define push through or late. If we're talking about 5, 6, or 7 p.m. 7, I'd have to stop.
No, understand. I was thinking absolutely no later than 5:30 would be at that point. If it looks like we're going to get to that point, we start looking to push to the next day.
That sounds fine to me.
All right. Sounds good. Mr. Guzman, I believe that we have Mr. Wheeler up next.
Thank you. Department calls Mr. Wheeler to the stand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wheeler.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wheeler. Could you just state your name for the record and your current position with the Department of Public Service?
Yes, Scott Wheeler, Utilities, Finance, and Economics Analyst with the department.
Thank you. And did you prepare and submit direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections that you believe need to be made to your testimony?
I don't have any corrections.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler is available for cross.
Thank you. Mr. Ashnet.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, to your knowledge, has any solar electrical generation facility of this size been decommissioned in Vermont?
No.
To your knowledge, has any solar electrical generation facility of any size been decommissioned in Vermont?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Not that you're aware. Okay. And can you provide details regarding the process of disposal of solar panels, including the time it takes to dismantle them, how many truck trips are involved, and where they are taken to for disposal?
I do not know that level of detail, no.
Okay. I'm done.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Wheeler.
Good afternoon.
Quick question. Potentially, is there anything different about decommissioning this project compared to the many other solar projects other than size?
Yeah, for me, the size definitely makes it unique. There was only one other project that was comparable. So just when trying to compare, the cost of decommissioning, it is nice to have. I usually have like maybe 5 or 6 that I'll compare against. Just didn't have that opportunity in this case.
With the overall process of review, is it similar to other solar projects, or was it so different?
From my perspective, yeah, exactly the same, other than the size, like I said. Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to look at the criteria, what's in the statute, and basically rely on the engineering of the petitioner and the engineers that they have on the case to look at the cost.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from commission folks? All right, not seeing any. Any questions that arose based on my questions? All right, Mr. Guzman, any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Mr. Einhorn, I believe that we have Mr. Coster up next.
Yes, thank you. The agency has Billy Coster.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coster. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Coster, will you state your name, please, and your position with the agency?
My name is Billy Coster. I'm the Director of Planning and Policy for the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources.
In this case, did you file testimony dated November 17, 2023, and supplemental testimony May 31st, 2024, along with associated exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to those?
No.
Thank you. The witness is available.
Thank you. Mr. Ashnet.
Okay, direct pre-filed testimony on page 2, A6, says that in 2018, A&R was notified of Freeport's intent to submit bids for the Shaftsbury site and 2 other sites. Were either of the 2 other sites forested?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware, are you not, that A&R advocated for PUC rules changes to limit removal of forest cover for purposes of solar development?
Yes, I was involved in that.
Okay. And the purpose of that was recognition of the role forests play in sequestering carbon, as well as providing habitat and protection from stormwater erosion and flooding, particularly in major storm events, correct?
In part, yes.
In fact, you note in your testimony on page 4A9 that A&R generally recommends that energy generation facilities be sited to avoid forest clearing if possible, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that even though the forest clearing proposed in this case is exempt from getting a heavy cutting permit due to the PUC's 248 jurisdiction, the Vermont Department of Forestry and Recreation acceptable management practices for maintaining water quality on logging jobs in Vermont still apply to the process of clearing. Isn't that right?
I don't know if that specifically applies in this instance.
Okay. Would A&R object to compliance with these AMPs being a condition of the CPG?
I don't know that we have I don't know that we have a position on that.
Well, would you oppose it?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So are you saying it is to impose conditions to ensure the protection of the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Auschnitt. I'm sorry. This is the reporter. You cut out. Sorry. Could you just start again, please?
No problem. So are you saying that it is up to the PUC to impose conditions to ensure the protection of the riparian crossings and quality of the delineated stream on the project site relative to the forest clearing?
It's the Public Utility my understanding it's the Public Utility Commission's responsibility to ultimately issue the certificate of public good.
Right, but as part of that issuance of CPG issuance, would they have to establish the conditions under which that would need to be applied as part of that CPG? relative to the forest clearing and the riparian crossings and so on.
Not exactly following your question, but it's up to the PUC to determine which conditions are part of the certificate of public good, yes.
Okay. In fact, in your direct testimony in answer 8, you recognized that if unmanaged, the project impacts may rise to unduly adverse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at page 4 and 5, answer 9, you state that the ratio of cutting here is comparable to cutting 1 acre for a 500 kilowatt solar project. But this is not cutting 1 acre, is it?
No.
In fact, it's cutting 45.5 acres. And so there's not 1 acre of habitat and forest functioning lost, but rather 45.5 acres of habitat and forest functioning lost, correct?
My understanding is
Can you
that there's...
object to that question? I don't know where the habitat is coming from or functions of forest that's being asked about.
I'm sorry, habitat is intrinsic to a forest.
My understanding is the commission in 248 reviews necessary wildlife habitat as the standard of review, which is distinct from habitat as I understand it.
Okay, so forest is a condition of habitat. I'm not sure what your question is. Are you saying I'm saying this wrong, or are you saying I just have the wrong idea?
Perhaps you can rephrase the question. I was just, when I heard the word habitat, there's a specific standard that the Public Utility Commission applies when it's looking at habitat in the context of Section 248. So if you could rephrase.
How about if I take habitat out of it and just say, so there is not 1 acre of forest functioning lost, where my understanding is forest functioning would include habitat, but rather 45.5 acres of forest functioning lost, correct?
There's 45 acres of trees being cleared. I don't know what their functions and values are.
Okay. A solar forest clearing Excel table submitted by PSD question interveners 111, which we talked about earlier, and which we would like entered into the record, apparently was submitted by you to that, I guess by you, shows that the Shaftsbury Solar project would cause the largest loss of forest area of any solar project in Vermont, correct?
Sorry, I'm just zooming in so I can read this document on the screen.
Mr. Coster, while you're looking, I just want to back us up a little bit. Mr. Auschnitt, what I had suggested was that you ask Mr. Coster about this. I did not state definitively that Mr. Coster had filed this and prepared this. I just do want to, if that statement was based on my earlier statement, I just want to make sure there's clarity there.
Yeah, if I may, I hope I can provide some clarity.
Thank you.
Because Mr. Auschnitt was referring to, I think, the document being produced by DPS in response to an interrogatory 11. But A&R did produce an Excel spreadsheet in response to discovery on A&R 111. I think maybe that's where the confusion lies. And subject to verification, I believe that this is that document that the agency produced.
Okay, but we just want to make sure it gets entered into the record and we can discuss it now.
And we have no objection to it being entered into the record, subject to verification. That's the document we did produce.
Okay, so my question is, it shows that the Shaftsbury Solar project would cause the largest loss of forest area of any solar project in Vermont to date, correct?
Based on this spreadsheet, this has the highest amount of forest clearing for projects at the petition phase. There appears to be a project with a submitted advance notice that has slightly greater amount of forest clearing associated with it.
Okay. At page 5, answer 10, you assert that the effects of forest loss is in part mitigated by the conservation of adjacent forests for the life of the project. This conservation, if we can call it that, does not add any forest cover, does it?
That statement is in the context of impacts to natural communities.
Okay, but the petitioner is not planting new forest, are they?
I'm not aware of whether they are or not.
Well, are you aware that there is already a conservation deed restriction on that adjacent
I'm
forest?
gonna object to this. The commission has consistently found that this line of questioning is outside of the scope of 248.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. Getting back to your testimony at page 4A9, that ANR generally recommends that energy generation facilities be sited to avoid forest clearing if possible. Will you agree with me that there's nothing impossible about avoiding forest tree clearing here? Is there?
I don't know the specifics of the needs of this project to determine whether that's possible to achieve their objective.
Well, I guess we're not clear on exactly what their objective is, but the petitioner could simply propose a smaller project, correct?
Yes.
And the petitioner could have proceeded with the project on one of those other two possibly unforested sites we mentioned earlier, if they were unforested, that you apparently don't know, correct?
I can't speculate to what I can't speculate to what they can or can't do at those sites.
Well, I guess the question I originally asked you were those forested or not, and you said you didn't know. The question is, if they were unforested, or if there are unforested areas, they could use those, presumably.
I don't know what the constraints of those sites are for this project.
Okay. You filed a revised MOU responsive to the petitioner's January 2024 project revisions. Those project revisions including cutting additional forest area relative to the water line, right, relocation, did they not?
I believe so.
Okay. And you met with with personnel from VHB, the petitioner's contractor, on July 28th, 2022, the project, is that correct?
I'm sorry, this is the reporter again. After the date you gave, I didn't hear.
Okay.
Say it again.
On July 28th, 2022, the whole question, or let me start from you met with with personnel from VHB, petitioner's contractor, on July 28th, 2022, regarding the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to show a document provided to us in Discovery, cross exhibit I-6, the Sun East Solar Project initial meeting, from 7/28/22-1 titled Sun East Solar Project Initial Meeting. In that document, you recognize that the shells are landscape features related to the project, didn't you?
Could you repeat the question? You cut out in the middle of it.
Okay, sorry. My son gave me this fancy microphone, but I don't know how well it's working here. I'm showing you a we're showing a document titled Sun East Solar Project Initial Meeting. In that document, you recognized that the Shaftsbury cobbles are landscape features related to the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that document, you also noted that since the project did not yet have a PPA, they would need to, quote, figure out how to address public good, end quote, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they were, quote, trying to identify other benefits to sway the PUC, end quote. And you noted that you'd work with the Department of Public Service to help come up with those, didn't you?
I don't believe I did that. I acknowledged in the discussion that one of the requirements of obtaining a certificate of public good is a demonstration of public good from the project. The developer raised that with me during that meeting and indicated that they were looking to establish that before filing their petition. And I made a note to refer them to the Public Service Department because they're the lead state agency that addresses issues of public good in these proceedings.
Okay. And I'm also showing you a document provided to us in Discovery labeled Cross Exhibit I-7. I need the rest of this. Vermont sites, Billy Coster, Vermont.gov, 7/29/2022, REFPS, Vermont Sites Intro, which consists of emails between you and personnel at PSD. The day after the initial meeting, which we just discussed, you reached out to PSD personnel, specifically Ann Margolis and TJ Poor, and noted that you encouraged the project to reach out to PSD for purposes of coming up with ways to demonstrate public good. Is that correct?
As I said earlier, I recommended they contact the department to discuss the issue of public goods since PSD is the lead state agency on that, and that's a requirement of the certificate of public good process, yes.
Right, and you put them in contact with Ann Margolis and TJ Poor. Is that correct?
I believe I said I encouraged them to contact them. I don't know if I directly put them in contact with Ann and TJ, but we are sister agencies, statutory parties in Section 248 proceedings. We regularly advise potential applicants to contact each other for issues that are under our purview.
Okay. And in fact, you reached out for them to hasten the process because you knew the applicant wanted to file their CPG petition soon, despite not yet knowing how to demonstrate that public's good, the project's public's good. Isn't that right?
Yes, that was the timeline that the applicant had shared with me.
Okay. Okay. I'll refrain from a side comment, but anyway, A&R recently announced a grassland habitat preservation initiative. Is that correct? I think it's, there's a website on this, to protect grassland birds like bobolink, correct?
I'm not sure specifically what you're talking about. We have a number of efforts related to grassland and other necessary habitat.
Okay, well, I know I saw a website, Habitat Stamp. There's some kind of new initiative you seem to be pursuing. Is there such a thing?
I'm not aware of the specific program you're speaking of.
Okay. And A&R fought to protect bobolink habitat through the PUC process for ER South Street Solar in Middlebury, a 5 megawatt project that was applied for in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, we sought to protect necessary breeding bird habitat as necessary habitat in that project and others.
Did you happen to review the testimony of the Shaftsbury Solar intervener's wildlife and bird expert witness regarding the inadequacy of the petitioner's bird survey?
I don't believe I did that. Personally, I relied on our technical experts within the agency to do so.
Okay. Well, I would be interested in, would you agree to share what your technical experts said of that commentary? Because he was convinced, our expert was convinced that they had done an inadequate job.
I know that our staff found that the grassland associated with the project, the non-contiguous fields, did not have the attributes and characteristics that would qualify them as necessary breeding bird habitat consistent with their 2021 guidance document.
Okay. I would like to show you this public comment that was submitted on Friday, last Friday, by a visitor to the Shaftsbury Solar site. Would you please read it? I can read it out loud if you want.
Whatever you prefer. I'm reading it
I'll
right
read.
now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm curious to know how this proposed project, this is a quote, will impact ground nesting bird habitat and water retention on the landscape. I observed multiple bobolinks over a fairly brief time frame today. End quote.
Objection to any questioning related to this. First of all, the witness has never seen it before. We don't know who it came from, what their qualifications are, and it appears to have been filed this morning as a public comment.
No, actually, it was filed on Friday. I don't know, it was misstated for some reason. But,
Petitioner would join this objection and note that it's also hearsay.
okay, well, all I can say is the bobolinks seem to like it up there. I know they're on my property, and is it fair to say then that A&R does not care about the bobolinks on the Shaftsbury Solar site?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Petitioner objects to that question.
Okay.
Mr. Auschnitt, if you want to ask questions about Mr. Koster's testimony, you can, or about the question, or any questions related to the MOU. You can also do that.
No, I think we're done. And besides, everybody wants to go home. So I think I've asked enough. I think we know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. From commission folks, any questions for Mr. Koster? Not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Mr. Howe.
I do have one question about the spreadsheet we discussed. In this case and in other cases, we often get the ratio submitted in A&R's testimony, and I'm never entirely sure what to do with that ratio, and I'm curious to know how, if you can explain a little bit about what A&R does with it. So for instance, my understanding is that it's a straight up ratio of kilowatts to square feet, does not consider anything about the forest quality or value of the forest. It is just purely a ratio. Should we look at that number differently when it's, so for instance, in this case, it's a middle of the pack ratio is my understanding, but a larger amount of forest clearing versus you might have a very high, or would that be a very low ratio? Right, very low ratio, and for a 29 kilowatt project, we should probably view that differently. But what we often see is the ratio without context. So I guess how should we look at that? What is A&R's view of that ratio, and what's the value of that, and how does that get weighed out? How should that be considered?
Thank you for that. So I guess the best way to look at this is a depiction of the relative efficiency of a project with regards to forest clearing. It shows that based on a kilowatt hour of output, how many square feet of forests are cleared to afford that kilowatt of output. So if the ratio is low, it means fewer trees are cleared to achieve that level of output. If the ratio is high, it means more trees are cleared to achieve that output. And it's an overall efficiency. So if we see a lot of group net metered project at the 500 kilowatt scale. The footprint of a 500 kW project is roughly 3 acres. So if that project is clearing 3 acres or less of trees, then some portion of it is opened. It's not clearing an entire site. We also see 500 kilowatt projects that clear 6, 7, sometimes 9 acres of trees to deal with topography and shading. That's a less efficient use of the landscape of forest clearing from our perspective. So that's really all this does, is give you that relative efficiency of how much square footage or acreage of trees need to be cleared to accommodate a kilowatt of output. We do not look at the quality of the forest. There's other criteria that the commission uses through Section 248 to look at rare and irreplaceable natural communities, listed species, necessary wildlife habitat, other functions and values of forest. This is purely looking at the relative amount of trees cleared for a kilowatt hour of generation.
Okay, thank you. It's really just a general question, so I think that satisfies. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commission folks? Not seeing anything. Mr. Einhorn, any redirect?
I guess maybe you could call it redirect just to help clarify Mr. Koster's answer to the Mr. Howe's question. As I understand it, this clearing ratio is looked at for siting purposes, efficiency, I think Mr. Koster said. But as I also understand it, I think, Mr. Koster, what you were saying by talking about other 248B5 criteria is there are other reviews going on by the agency to look at other impacts to that forest beyond just the ratio of trees being cleared to kilowatts generated.
Yes. A project, for instance, a project could clear a very small amount of trees, a relatively small ratio of trees to generation. But if that forested area had other values that were regulated through the B5 criteria that were unduly impacted, then we might still propose a project or raise concerns and propose conditions related to those impacts, even though the relative amount of forest clearing would be low. There are other instances where that relative amount can be high, but that forest is not implicated under any of those other criteria.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Cini.
Just a clarification on your last point, Mr. Koster. You said earlier that you don't look at the quality of the forest, but this recent back and forth with Mr. Einhorn implies that in some cases when there's little clearing, there's something about, I'm assuming, the quality of the forest that makes you look at it differently. So could you square that for me, please?
Sure. There's two different things happening. We always look at the quality of the natural resources impacted by an energy generation or transmission project. The B5 criteria directs us to look at impacts to the natural environment, giving due consideration to a number of Act 250's criteria that include things like necessary wildlife habitat, rare and irreplaceable natural areas, threatened species, and those are often the values and functions that forests provide. So we are always looking at that kind of qualitative value-based analysis under the B5 criteria to see if any of those impacts rise to a level of being unduly adverse. And if so, then we either recommend changes to the project, CPG conditions, or other means to reduce those impacts. More recently, we began to simply just catalog the amount of forest cleared for any given project. And that's what that spreadsheet that Mr. Oshnet shared earlier contains. It's simply a math equation that says for this many kilowatts, this is how much acreage was cleared. And it gives you a relative sense of just how much forest is being cleared for that output, because all forest has some values. And as I was quoted earlier, our goal ideally is to reduce the amount of forest clearing where feasible, regardless of its values. If we can have less trees cut down to generate power, that's our preferred outcome. We understand that's not always possible, but we ideally want to make sure that there's not significant clearing where the amount of acreage is 2, 3, 4 times the footprint of the project, which we have seen, especially with some net meter cases. In this instance, it's well below that ratio. It's kind of in the mid-range of what we see for energy projects. So on that non-qualitative analysis, just purely looking at the numbers, this project kind of falls in the middle of the pack relatively.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Oshnet.
Yes, I'd like to, I missed this on the way here, move into evidence I7, I6, and the cross exhibit I5. Oh, they're all cross.
Petitioner has an objection to admitting cross exhibit I6 to the extent that Mr. Coster's notes reflect statements from other people in that meeting and is therefore hearsay.
And the department would join on that objection as well.
Mr. Oshnet, any response?
Well, I guess, this is a difficult situation for me because I know very early on in this, a colleague of mine had called Mr. Coster, and we weren't offered any assistance in our attempt to engage A&R to help. And it seems in this case, it's evident that assistance was readily offered to the petitioner. And I don't know how to square that. I mean, it just seems like this process is a bit skewed. I guess I'm okay if you want to redact whatever anybody else said at the meeting. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to edit that, but to me, it's part of the record of what transpired here.
Petitioner objects to Mr. Oshner's statements here as testimony.
I don't object to the exhibit. I do object to the characterization of A&R's role in these proceedings.
As do I. We generally try to provide assistance and information to anyone who asks.
Okay, I can't fight City Hall, which appears to be what I'm doing here, so. And I do have one follow-up question.
Before we go there, we do need to figure out, so, Mr. Auschnitt, you mentioned cross exhibit I6, I7, and my apologies, was it I5? I5. Thank you.
I believe
So we're just-
I'm sorry. I believe I5 was the spreadsheet, if I'm not mistaken.
Great. Why don't we go in order? Any objection to I5?
No.
All right. I5, cross exhibit I5 is admitted. Cross exhibit I6 is the meeting notes. My understanding, petitioners in the department have an objection, and then A&R does not have an objection on this.
Correct.
Sorry. In 1 second, we're going to go, I just want to talk this through a little bit with Mr. Howe. But before we do that, are there also any objections to cross exhibit I7? This is the email between the department and A&R, is my understanding. Yes.
No objection here.
Mr. Guzman.
I would object to it based on the relevance of the content of the exhibit. A meeting at some point was held between the department and A&R. I don't see how this is really relevant to any of the Section 248 criteria. A large part of this could have been asked of the department's witness who was available at the time, who may have been able to speak to this, but that opportunity is seemingly missed. I just don't see how there's any value to these exhibits in the context of this petition.
Thank you.
Well, we think it's important to get the reference to the cobbles, since that's a key part of the aesthetics issue.
Mr. Auschnitt asked questions related to the notes, so that's already in Mr. Koster's responses to those questions. I don't think the document itself is necessarily needed for that anymore.
All right. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to have a quick consultation internally. Thanks. Great. Thanks. I think this is all the relevant folks. So we are going to admit cross exhibit I6 and I7, and parties can brief the appropriate weight during initial or reply briefs.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kim, the court reporter. Earlier, I believe that 1-11 should have been admitted. I believe no one had a objection to it, but you never said that it was admitted, so I just wanted to clarify that, please.
I'm so sorry, 1-11, oh, Mr. Einhorn?
Cross 1.5, as I understand it, is the document that was produced in response to interrogatory 1-11. So it's good this way because it's a standalone document as I-5. I would just suggest introducing it that way.
Thank you for that clarification. And thank you, Kim, for trying to keep me honest. Takes a village sometimes. So. All right. Mr. Ashnet, I believe you also indicated that you had a follow-up question, I believe, to the exchange. Well,
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I think we're all set with Mr. Koster then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Ashnet, I believe we've got your folks now. And my understanding is we're starting with Ms. Anderson. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. I'm going to swear you in. Would you please raise your right hand and swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. We couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted. I believe you're muted. Yeah.
Do I have to do this now?
I do. I do
Thank
swear.
you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. If you're saying something on the record, yeah, you're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Ashnet, I believe you've seen the lawyers go through the process.
Yeah. Okay, so my turn.
Yep.
Okay, Samantha, please state your full name,
My name is Samantha Anderson.
your title,
I'm a registered landscape architect in the state of Vermont.
place of business,
I work for myself under the name West River Landscape Design.
did you submit testimony exhibits in this case?
I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
I do not.
Okay. You're free to testify.
Thank you. Ms. Westgate.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. I just have a couple of questions for you. Ms. Anderson, aside from this project, have you ever conducted an aesthetic analysis for a solar project in Vermont?
I have not.
So just to confirm, you've never applied the Queechy test to a solar facility before this project, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't previously analyzed a solar project under the orderly development criteria in section 248, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commission folks. And I do want to pause for 1 minute. I note that Commissioner Cheney has just dropped unexpectedly. Apologies, if you can just give me 1 minute. Thank you. I was just seeing if there was any questions from commission folks.
Unfortunately, I was dropped. Something what happened with my internet, so I did not hear the testimony. I can read the transcript. At this point, I obviously don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howe.
I do have a question from Ms. Anderson. Were you watching the hearing earlier when Mr. Willard testified?
I was.
Okay. And so I asked him a question about open space and I don't want to misstate his testimony, but it basically had to do where you look for open space, whether or not that is limited to regional plans or town plans, or whether it's something different than that. Can you tell me where you look for open space?
Sure. So for this project, there is, and I think Mr. Willard writes this in his report, there is no accepted definition of open space. And my interpretation of that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or that it's suddenly so narrow as to mean only this, open space under the umbrella of, conservation areas within as identified within planning documents. For my report, I found what I think is a fair and complete definition of open space from a source that is trusted and respected. I think it was the National Park Service, possibly. And I used that definition in my own analysis. And I would encourage the commission to adopt a definition of open space because I believe at this point it's there are many ways to interpret that part of the directive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just thought of it. Yeah, follow up. You said you did say there's no definition of open space, but encouraged us to adopt one. But also you referred to what was possibly the National Park Service's definition of open space. Can you generally describe what you understand to be that, or your own interpretation? Just give me a phrase, or
I think if you give me a second here, I will find it. Let's see. So let's see. It was a definition from. It was the U.S. Forest Service and Department of Agriculture. I'm just quoting from my own report. It's page 24 of section 2. And the definition I used is open space describes land that is valued for natural processes and wildlife, agricultural and forest production, aesthetic beauty, active and passive recreation, and other public benefits. Such lands include working in natural forest, rangelands and grasslands, farms, ranches, parks, stream and river corridors, and other natural lands within rural, suburban, and urban areas. Open space may be protected or unprotected, public or private.
Thank you. And that you said was page 24 of your testimony.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Not seeing anything else from commission folks.
I'll ask one follow-up question on, I actually had two for Mr. Willard, and I'll ask on the other point if that's okay.
Okay.
So in terms of compatible colors and materials for the aesthetics analysis under the adverse, under the first prong, do you agree that structures don't need to be visible in the same view shed? as the proposed project?
No. So I think so. Let me kind of say your question back to you, make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So I think your question is, if I or a viewer were standing in a position where we could see the proposed solar development, and we could also see at the same time some other industrial development or not. I guess, so the question is it important? Does the fact that that industrial development would be in the view with the solar, like, is that, you know?
That is my question. Does whatever we're comparing the materials and colors of a proposed project to need to be visible at the same time as the proposed project?
Okay, I think I understand. And my answer is, I think it is very important, actually, when we're talking about views. Shaftsbury is a very hilly place. There's cobbles, it's a rolling hillscape. And, you know, a neighborhood, you know, here on the other side of the hill may have a very different feeling and aesthetic. It may have a very different grain as to how it has developed over time based on that landform. So the fact that from nowhere on the project site, and as far as I can tell from my own field visits, nowhere along Holy Smoke Road or Trumbull Hill Road, I can't view any of these industrial facilities. So for me, they're irrelevant from a material standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions that arose based on the commission's questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Ashna, any redirect?
My mic stopped working. Jeez. Oh, God. Sorry, my microphone stopped working. No, I have no redirect.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Appreciate your time. All right. Mr. Moore?
Oh, he joined. There he is.
Hi.
What did I just do? How do I get my back?
Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. Is that how we pronounce your name?
Moyer, yes.
Moore. Okay, thank you. Please raise your
Moyer,
right
it's
hand.
Scottish Gaelic. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's great. Please raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have to go. Hi, Rob. Could you please state your full name, your title, place of business?
Yes, Ronald Rob Moyer. I'm the executive director at the Ocean River Institute in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And did you submit testimony exhibits in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to make?
No, I don't.
Okay, it's your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Moyer. How are you?
Good.
Good. My name is Jeff Hand. I represent the petitioner in this case. I just have a couple of questions for you this afternoon. First, it sounds like you are based in Massachusetts. Is that right?
That is correct.
Beautiful coastal pictures behind you. Sounds like a lot of your work is done on the coast. Is that correct?
I'm right here in Harvard Square. I work throughout New England and beyond. Yeah.
This is the For this project, this is the first natural resource assessment you've conducted in Vermont, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so I take it prior to conducting this assessment, it's safe to say that you have not had an occasion to apply any of A&R's guidance documents or rules related to the subject matter that you're offering.
That is correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just so I have the facts straight, I understand you visited the project site twice. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And for about 3 hours each time?
Yes.
Okay, so a total of 6 hours on the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding your testimony on the project stormwater system, I think consistent with what you've just testified to, this is the first time you've reviewed a stormwater management system in Vermont, correct?
Correct.
And you've never designed a stormwater system in Vermont? either,
No,
correct?
no. Correct.
And therefore you haven't permitted a stormwater project in Vermont, correct?
Correct.
And it's true also that you have not conducted any post-construction stormwater system inspections in Vermont, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Questions from commission folks? I had one question, Mr. Moyer. This is page 3 of your report. The very top of the page.
All right, hold on a second.
Yep.
There's a lot of pages here. I happen to be down there pretty low, so, okay. Yes, page 3.
Great. So just before the picture on the page there, beach, the last sentence of the paragraph, beach, and on the forest floor, Christmas ferns indicate an old growth forest. I was curious in particular about the Christmas ferns indicate an old growth forest. At least Christmas ferns I'm familiar with seem to be fairly common in the area around Montpelier, where I live at least. Is this, I'm just kind of curious where that statement came from.
Yes, that came from the Vermont publication about old growth forests.
Okay.
So they were just listing a bunch of plants. Yes, I see Christmas ferns all over the place, but I took note of that in their report.
Got it. Thank you. So it's not just an...
It's not an indicator species like a wetland plant is.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
could you just repeat that, Mr. Moyer? It's not,
It's
what?
not an indicator species
Thank you.
as wetland plants tend to be. They define a wetland by specific plants growing there. And Christmas fern is not by itself an indicator of an old growth forest.
Thank you. Okay. That was the only question I had. That's what jumped out at me for some reason when I was reading through this. Probably because one of the few ferns I can actually identify. But anyway,
I
anything
found
else?
the question. Yeah, I did. As something, there was a phrase you used in your report on page 4, I think it is, about the project has a severe impact on soils by scraping 104 acres. What do you mean by scraping?
My understanding was that the soil was going to be scraped off the ground and piled and mounded to be used later.
So your understanding is that all the, I'm inferring it, you mean all the prime ag soils would be scraped, and by reused later you mean stockpiled, or do you mean something else? Are you talking
That's right.
about, or is it more, are you talking about grading? Is there a distinction between grading and scraping?
So all the heavy traffic that has to come onto the property to install it would compact the soil. And so instead, they remove the soil so it doesn't get compacted, and they put it into the berms that are there also to catch the water as it flows off the property. So I'm not clear about whether they're going to reuse that soil or it's easier to bring in new soil. It's also very difficult to keep the soil microbes. It just gets tricky when you're trying to pile up soil and reuse it and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any questions in response to questions that we just had?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Auschnitt, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Appreciate your time today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So how do I do myself?
All right. So Commissioner Cheney is going to swear you in, Mr. Auschnitt.
Yes. So it's your turn to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we don't have to have the awkward back and forth of you asking yourself questions. Can you please state your name and title for the record?
Sure. My name is Christopher Auschnitt. I go by Kit. I am at a loss of a title now. I'm retired. And I guess my place of business is on 1035 Holy Smoke Road. Yeah.
Thank you. And are you the Mr. Auschnitt who submitted testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Westgate. Or sorry, Mr. Hand, Ms. Westgate. Lost track. Here we go.
Yeah.
Mr. Hand.
Mr. Auschnitt is my witness, but I think based on the questions that have been answered throughout the day, we actually don't have any additional questions for Mr. Auschnitt at this time.
Oh, you're making it too easy for me. Thank you.
Any questions from commission folks? Not seeing any, and I do want to note for the record, or well, for folks participating, not having questions. Somebody complained once that they didn't get any questions. Cross-examination. That doesn't
No,
mean
it's terrible. Nobody cares what I have to say.
Does not mean that we do not have, that we haven't read the testimony. It is simply an indication of that you were clear in your testimony. It's often how I view it. So,
Okay, thank you. I worked hard at it, so I hope I was clear. Thank you.
we did read it. So, and unfortunately, you don't get to redirect yourself either, since you didn't have any questions. So,
okay.
But thank you, Mr. Auschnitt. And then we do have last witness for today, Mr. Amelang.
Hello. Could I please take a quick break, a bathroom break, and I'll be right back?
Understood.
Is that a yes? Thank you.
Yes.
Hmm?
I forgot to add that I have a PhD in environmental studies from Antioch, New England, and Keene, New Hampshire. So I got a little closer to Vermont.
Thank you, Dr. Moyer.
Thank you. I wasn't sure when I'd be coming on.
Yep, understood.
Okay.
All right, so if we're ready, then I'll ask you to raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Auschnitt, we have the rigmarole introductions.
I'm sorry? Yeah, introduction. Please state your full name, title, and place of business.
My name is Robert Amelang. I go by Bob. I'm retired since the end of 2013, at which point I was the senior power engineering consultant, at CVPS. My residence is in Rutland.
Did you submit testimony and exhibits in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
I have a minor typo, but it was in an area that was redacted. My supplemental,
Okay.
No, I don't think it matters.
You're safe. Okay, let's move on. So I should start with this? Okay. So we're going to start with the rebuttal. I'm just going to ask, Sir Rebuttal, I'm just going to ask Bob a few questions. First is, have you reviewed the pre-filed testimony of Ms. Glick?
Yes, I have.
Have you reviewed all of her exhibits and the Excel spreadsheet that calculates lifetime greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree with Ms. Glick's estimates for avoided greenhouse gas emissions?
No, I do not.
Please elaborate.
Yes. The AVERT model results should be disregarded entirely because they're completely wrong.
I'm going to object to this response and line of questioning. So the Commission's order on live rebuttal was limited to the updates provided in Ms. Glick's testimony. Mr. Silva's testimony relied on and prepared the AVERT model. Ms. Glick has not significantly modified that analysis in any way. There was an opportunity to comment on this earlier. I have no objection to asking about the AESC model, which is the new information, but the rebuttal should be limited to that new information.
No, I disagree. Ms. Glick testified that in her testimony that both models should be applied. In other words, that the greenhouse gas emissions were somewhere in between a high number given by the AVERT model and the lower number given by the AESC model. So that both of her assertions are part of the testimony, and it's impossible to separate them. And I think what Bob is saying simply is that the AVERT model gives erroneous results and should not be taken seriously.
That is what I am saying. I am saying that in her testimony, she said
Sorry,
that
Mr. Amelang, we have an objection here.
Yeah, we have to use.
All right.
Yep. Thank you. So, Mr. Hand, can you remind me, did Mr. Silva's testimony that discussed the AVERT model, correct? And also looking to Mr. Howe to help keep me honest here as well.
That's correct. Mr. Silva's analysis was based on the AVERT model, discussed the modeling associated with that. There was discovery on the modeling. They had an opportunity to respond in discovery and in their original SIR rebuttal. This is now SIR rebuttal. So those issues with that model were on the record already.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Auschnitt, were you going to say something?
Yeah, the problem is that Ms. Glick presents both models in her spreadsheet. Mr. Silva never presented a spreadsheet. And so it was impossible to really, all he did was refer to the assert model, that he used it. And in fact, he misrepresented the assert model. So it was only after we received Ms. Glick's spreadsheet that we understood what he was talking about. So I think it's essential to consider both models as part of this, of Bob Amelang's testimony.
And the spreadsheet, was that a exhibit to Ms. Glick's testimony, or was that a response to an interrogatory?
It was a work paper that we provided voluntarily when we updated her testimony, so that interveners had all the information related to her updated analysis. And she simply took the information Mr. Silva had used for the AVERT model and added her AESC data to that work paper.
Thank you. And are the questions related to the spreadsheet that was provided?
Yes,
Mr. Auschnitt?
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the core of this.
As opposed to the general principles of the model itself. In other words, if Mr. Silva's initial testimony touched on pieces of the AVERT model, I think that there was a prior opportunity to address that in SIR rebuttal. If there are specific issues associated with the work paper that was submitted by Ms. Glick, I think that is fair game. Understand that is a potentially fine line. So,
yeah, I understand the objection. I'm just saying I don't think in this case it really applies because, as I said, we did not have the spreadsheet. Ms. Glick submitted it, and we're really grateful for that. We thought that was an extremely important piece because all Mr. Silva did was say he used the AVERT model, and we had no clue what that really meant.
So I'm good with testimony related to the work paper associated, but not relitigating what Mr. Silva, or sorry, not responding directly to Mr. Silva's larger assertions about a CERT model.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Amelang, if you could try to thread that needle and keep with the more specific information provided by Ms. Glick.
Okay, so let me look at her testimony again and make sure that I understand the question that I can answer. Is it okay for me, is it allowed that I can speak to her testimony that speaks about the range of avoided lifetime emissions?
Good question. Mr. Howe's looking intently, so I'm looking for help here.
I'll give you a reference. This would be on question 12. line 1, she talks about, she says the lifetime emissions are between 317,279, the full 6 significant digits, and 646,345 short tons of CO2. That's in her testimony. This is apart from her spreadsheet.
So I think you have responses to Silva's numbers already, right? And in your pre-filed testimony?
I have submitted pre-filed testimony that describes my objections to Silva's methodology, yes.
Okay, so
I have done that.
There is responsive written pre-filed testimony at this point responding to Silva's testimony. I guess what I'm trying to find out is where we are in that. I don't know what the proposal for the rebuttal is. If it's something we can't tell in advance what whether or not it's responsive to the modifications in Glick's pre-filed testimony as opposed to Silva's.
Well, as a sneak preview, we can say that we think that range is totally invalid. So I guess although we can say that the top end of the range came from the 650 kilotons, because I can't remember the 6 digits, came from Silva. But the bottom range comes from Glick, and they both apparently, Glick's spreadsheet contains both. And she's saying that the range, that the real number is somewhere in between those, and we think that's an incorrect answer.
Can I say something else? Sorry.
1 second, please.
All right.
This is going to be extremely difficult to extract exactly what was sort of coming in via work papers. Our suggestion is to allow for a little bit more free-ranging direct rebuttal, and then appropriate or briefing on the appropriate weight to provide the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, please recall that we got this pretty late in the game, so we're trying to respond to this in a sensible fashion.
Understand, and that's why we're allowing. The phrase that popped in my head is a lot of rope, but that's not actually the phrase I want to use.
Well, Bob's going to hang himself.
a fair amount of leeway here. Thank you. That's the.
Okay.
Mr. Ashton, if you could proceed, and don't forget to let Mr. Amlang testify.
Right. Yes. So we'll go back to question 3. Do you agree with Ms. Glick's estimates for avoided greenhouse gas emissions?
No, I don't.
And please now state the reasons why you don't agree, and provide all necessary information that details that explain your position.
Okay, I will do that. Can I ask one question before, a clarifying question? The question was asked that I already testified about the AVERT model, but I haven't had time to go back over my testimony that was redacted to find exactly what was redacted. And it's quite possible that what I put in testimony about the AVERT model may have been redacted. So I have to admit I haven't done that review yet. But there is indeed in her, so I guess I have enough leeway to talk about the AVERT model, so I will not go any further with that. That was the higher number of lifetime emissions. And that number is in the work paper too. And it's referenced in the testimony as 646,345 short tons of CO2. That number is based upon a very low efficiency natural gas unit that was never installed in New England, and it does not change over time. And I think it's clear that that possibility is not likely at all, that we would have the same very high marginal CO2 emissions rate over 40 years that would stay constant. So it was very high to begin with. So my objection is, the reason why I do not agree that that number should be in there in the first place is that it's completely out of bounds. It should not have been even referred to in her testimony. She should have just referred to the results of the AESC model. Now then I have a lot of comments on the AESC model. I believe there's problems with that as well. I know there's problems. We've already talked about the issue of the 40 versus the 30-year life. I think it's very clear that this project will not last 30 years, or 40 years, excuse me, will not last 40 years. I have another objection that I noted, and I also want to respond to what Ms. Glick said in her testimony today, and that is, she said that moving the date from 2024, the start date, from 2024 to 2026, which is a reasonable start date for this project, because we're halfway through 2024. We need time for the PUC to issue a CPG or not, and then we have to construct this project. So a reasonable date is 2026 as a starting year. All right, moving the project 2 years into the future does indeed lower the amount of avoided carbon. She indicated, the way I heard it was, it would not have an impact, but it does. Because the marginal emissions rate goes down over time. And so you're just replacing those high emission rates in the first 2 years with ones that are very low in the end years. All right, I also believe the marginal CO2 emissions rates, or coefficients also referred to, I'll always use the marginal rate because that's what it's been used so far. The marginal emission rates are too high to begin with. In my testimony, I showed that more reasonable marginal emissions rate should be based upon a natural gas-fired combined cycle plant with a 55% efficiency and a 6.2 heat rate of 1 million BTUs per megawatt hour. And initially, in 2026, her table, her work paper, now we're only talking about the AESC model from this point on. If you can calculate the effective heat rate from her spreadsheet based upon 117 pounds of CO2 per MBTU, she uses 101% or 1% higher value than the heat rate that I proposed. Then the heat rate and the marginal rate goes up, and that will also be the efficiency goes down. For the next 3 years, from 2026 to 2028, the marginal rate is 775, and as a percent of the reasonable heat rate that I proposed, it's 107%. Now then it does go down slightly from the period 2029 to 2034. And then at 2035, the marginal rate goes down to 595. So I have some comments regarding that. First off, there should be a decline from every year from 2024 going forward in this marginal rate, because New England is continuing to add solar and wind projects, mainly solar, and then there's a lot of battery projects in the queue as well. But these solar projects will continue to displace natural gas, so natural gas will be on the margin much less as time goes on. And the other comment I have is for the period 2029 to 2034, the marginal rate is flat. It stays at 760. And here I'd like to point out something that doesn't make sense, because I have added, I would like to also submit a, we'll get to this later, an exhibit that is based upon this spreadsheet. I took Ms. Glick's spreadsheet and added columns and comments to it that point this out. And I believe that is up, shown on the screen right there. Yes, it is kind of hard to see. If I could call your attention.
I was just going to ask, so what are we looking at, just so the record's clear? I wasn't sure if this was Exhibit 3, but there are additional tabs there that I don't see in mine. Can you just clarify what exhibit this is we're looking for?
Yes, I can. I'm using just one tab from her spreadsheet. What I did is I copied one of her tabs, and then I made changes to it, and I changed the tab color. You can't see that here. But if you go at the bottom, yes, you can. If you look closely, there's a yellow highlighting to that tab. If you want to, if you have that spreadsheet in front of you.
By the way, this is RA 14 that was submitted this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, if Kit, if you could please enlarge the spreadsheet to show the column L, right where the words Rhode Island, RE rec 100%. If you go up, well, let's, okay, keep going up right there and enlarge it right there. Just do an enlargement. All right, there we go. That helps. Okay. Then if you could show the years 2029 to 2034. Okay. Thank you. All right. I used the information that was provided in another, in an exhibit provided by Ms. Glick, which is, I believe, section 2.5, where the report talks about, I'll get this here to make it clear, the decarbonization goals for the various New England states. So she has all the New England states except for New Hampshire, which does not have such law for RES. Okay, so Rhode Island has a requirement for 100% renewable by 2030. And I also have a note there for New York's requirement as well. But there should be a decline after that, because I know from my experience in working with New England grid, and by the way, I have made my own model using the U-Plan model when I worked for CVPS of NEPOOL. I did that as a separate project on my own. I also use that at work as well. But I've also participated in meetings of ISO New England technical committees where they have submitted results of detailed hourly models. So I'm quite familiar with how these models work. And generally what you expect to see is a decline every year, or at least some type of a change, you know, of marginal rates if this model indeed was done every year. It's very suspicious to me that you would have a flat rate to begin with, and in 2030 there should be a drop off because Rhode Island doesn't have any natural gas plants. And I know it's a small state, but I know that Ocean State, for example, sticks in my mind. Units 1 and 2 were located in Rhode Island, and they were natural gas combined cycle plants, and they're relatively new, installed in the 90s, so they would still be in operation. So I think that it's very unreasonable to have that kind of result, and also to have that the marginal rates are still that high. At that point, if you look at the column to the right, that is still 105% of the heat rate that I propose is the correct one. And by the way, this also is based upon the assumption that not only is, we have to talk about two things very briefly. One is the efficiency or heat rate derived marginal rate, which is a simple calculation that determines the marginal rate, but you also have to figure the percent of the time. This also assumes 100% of the time the gas units run. I also have a note there in column W, that would be cell, where it says in the right, heat rate is too high for the first 11 years, even if 100% of the time gas runs. Another thing that's wrong with this is, according to this note here, this assumes that natural gas plants are on the margin 100% of the time. That's just not going to happen if New England states are following their renewable energy standards. There will be new solar projects. There's a ton of them. There's a huge number in the queue now. We've been building them. I have done analysis I did a separate analysis where I looked at the annual and monthly additions of solar projects, and in that I looked also at what I did was I got the annual CELT data, capacity, energy, load, and transmission. That's what CELT stands for, C-E-L-T. I got data from those CELT reports, and I looked at the solar units that were added month by month. I put it into a separate spreadsheet, and you could see that since 2011, we've been adding solar projects to New England. So this has been going on. We're going to expect it's going to continue, and natural gas is not going to be on the margin 100% of the time. Also, from my experience, as we sit now, natural gas is not on the margin 100% of the time. I know that there are cases where hydro and wind units are curtailed or not dispatched because of having too much solar generation. And okay, so I'll keep going here. There's a number of things that are wrong with this spreadsheet. If you then go further on, I'll just continue with that. Every 3 years, the rate does go down. From 2035 to 2037, it's at 595. The rate is 595. From 2038 to 2040, it's 495. And then it goes down again for another 3 years, in the 3-year block of 441. And then in 2044, the rate is 387 for 3 years, so we have another 3-year block. And then from 2047 on, it's 357. So there's no change there for 19 years. Again, it just doesn't make sense that the rates would be flat for that long. It's just unrealistic results. I suspect that the model was not run every year. I don't know about the model, but I do have another comment on the model itself. I don't have the details of how it was done, but I do know from the executive summary of the report on the model that I obtained from footnote, okay, write that down somewhere. Oh, it's right here in the report. Oh yeah, footnote 19 on page 10 of the Synapse Energy Economics report that was submitted. there's a footnote that provides the reference, the web page to obtain information about the AESC model, which Ms. Glick said was done earlier in 2024, the springtime, I believe she said that. That report indicated that this model was to be used for demand side conservation related measures. It was not used specifically for solar. So that tells me that the model was based upon a generalized load shape or decrement or increment in the analysis. It was not done as an in and out study of a specific 20 megawatt unit. And from my understanding of what I heard in the verbal testimony today, that was not done. Typically what one would do would be you would run a model with the system as it is now, as expected to go out 40 years. Then you do the same model with the addition of a 20 megawatt or perhaps say 100 megawatt representative solar project and see what the differences are. Now, if one were to do that, from my experience, you would get a lower marginal rate. Why is that? It's because solar generation tends to occur, it tends to peak in the late spring when loads are relatively low. And in fact, I understand from Velco presentations I've been at or viewed online that the Vermont has a situation where on the mild weathered days in April and May that we're approaching the point where Vermont will have negative load. Why? Because there's so much solar behind the meter. So therefore, when you add more solar, in Vermont, there may not even be any load. And they projected in 5 years, there wouldn't be, there'd be situations where the load would be negative because of that. So as more and more solar is added, you're going to find very little natural gas on the margin. And so I believe that this AESC model was done based upon what was commonly done by ISO New England and other studies, marginal emission rate studies. Let me back up a little bit. When I used to review the annual marginal emissions study by ISO New England.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm going to object at this point. It's been about 15 minutes, I think, since we've had any question related to this topic presented. I appreciate the detail that's being provided. There's an exhibit which appears to provide the witnesses corrections to this model. I'm wondering if we can get to at least a summary and then move to cross-examination on this issue.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'm falling down on my job. This is Kit. I think, Bob, maybe I should try to summarize what you're saying and move on. You're questioning the avoidance numbers, the marginal CO2 emission rate numbers, and saying that the model used for that, which my recollection of Ms. Glick said earlier was that it came from some external database. I didn't realize that it was done internally to Synapse. But anyway, that it's unrealistic, it doesn't pass the sniff test that you're applying, that it has to basically monotonically decrease over time if you take into account the amount of solar that's in the queue and that's coming, that's been implemented and that's coming in the future.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so that basically means that her number that she came up with ultimately, which was for the avoided CO2, which was roughly, I'm going to say 320 kilotons to round up the number she came up with, is actually significantly lower than that, based on a more reasonable approach. And, you know, we can, I don't think it behooves us to guess at what that lower number is at this point in time. Frankly, I kind of am dubious about the accuracy of these models anyway, but
I'm sorry, I'm trying to give leeway here.
Okay, fine, sorry. So I think we can move on and ask Bob an additional question. Like, do you agree with the annual energy estimates used by Ms. Glick to calculate her estimates for greenhouse gas emissions?
No.
Okay, could you hopefully elaborate a little bit less on that?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I believe her energy estimate is too high to begin with, and it doesn't account for.
To be clear, this is the energy that the Shaftsbury Solar facility will generate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's too high. It does not account for the fact that ISO New England will not dispatch it 100% of the time that it can generate.
So even
and I
if
have
it
done some
generates,
analysis to prove that.
okay, so even if it can generate this 33,500 megawatt hours annually, ISO New England will probably not dispatch all of that.
That is correct. And I also, I realize we're past 5. But these things are complicated, and I was almost done there. The mod, I was just going to say the model was done in the wrong way, based upon the fact it was used for demand side management measures. So that results, I should have just said, it results in a overly high rate for showing the value of solar projects for marginal emissions. But the energy value, I also believe is high because I know from my modeling experience that that there's a certain amount of leeway and there's a range of values, and I'm sure that the high end of the range was used, and I also want to point out that interveners requested some information on the output of the simulation runs that were done to determine the annual energy available, and it was not provided by the petitioner because they said that there was confidential information and they wanted a protective agreement before we could see it. There's nothing confidential about doing a modeling run. You would be using solar data, weather data, and solar panel.
Okay, well, okay. That aside, you're just saying you don't think those numbers are correct, and that
right.
The ultimate answer here is that in our estimation, the amount of carbon avoidance will be significantly lower than the lowest number that Ms. Glick quoted. So it would be significantly lower than 320 kilotons of carbon. So I think we can sort of leave it at that, in that
Mr. Ashnet, I just want to, it helps if you say, is that correct? Just to make sure, because since you're not
testifying. Bob? Is that correct, Bob? Sorry.
If you're asking, do I think that her energy estimate is too high to begin with? Yes, I think it's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And do you think that her ultimate estimate of the lowest estimate of the avoided carbon emissions is too high, the 320,000
Asked and answered.
Kilotons, sorry, 320 kilotons, sorry.
Objection, I think that was asked and answered.
Okay.
I agree. I think Mr. Amalang, you addressed that earlier as well.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little punchy, so maybe I think that's the essence of our rebuttal. Bob, do you think there's any important point that we haven't mentioned?
I would like to take a quick look at my notes
Objection.
here.
I'm not sure that kind of question is directed to Ms. Glick's testimony. We've just had 20 minutes of Mr. Amalang speaking off the cuff. I'd object to that question.
And I would say, Mr. Amalang, if you could, if there is anything very specific associated with Ms. Glick's revised testimony that was new and not originally filed by Mr. Silva.
Yes, I'll be very brief here. I disagree with what you said about natural gas plants having 10 times more carbon footprint. There's 4 reasons why, when you make the comparison to solar, that should be
Objection. Objection. That testimony was in Mr. Silva's rebuttal testimony. He's going back into life cycle analysis that there was an opportunity to consider at the time. That is new, not new information in Ms. Glick's spreadsheet.
Okay, well, to repeat the chair, Mr. Chair's question, is there anything in Ms. Glick's testimony exclusively further that you think needs to be addressed here, Bob?
in her pre-filed testimony. I do not have anything other than what I've said here so far.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you.
Oh, can we, which exhibits? We move those, please. Oh, do we need to move your new exhibit, what was it, RA 14, into testimony? I think we need to do that. So we're requesting to move that into testimony.
And that is the marked up spreadsheet that we're discussing.
Basically, yeah, it's the marked up spreadsheet.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is, how is it labeled, Mr. Ashnet?
RA 14.
Thank you. Exhibit RA 14 is admitted. Thank you. Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Amalang, for that discussion. I've got a few questions to follow up. First, I just want to clarify, you have not personally ever run the AESC model, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay. Are you aware that that model is used by regulators in Vermont, including Vermont DPS?
I can only speak to what I saw in the quick review of the report, and that it is the report, the executive summary that I looked at, which indicates that it's used for demand side programs. Yep.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand your critique and what you've done here. So I'm looking at your exhibit, and if I could have a moment to share screen, Mr. Howe. Okay, I put on the screen a copy of Exhibit Intervenors RA 14. Can you see that?
I can see it.
Okay. So in listening to your critique, I just want to make sure I understand. So the first thing you did in adjusting the spreadsheet is you moved the start date from 2024 out to 2026, and that's reflected in lines column M through Q, lines 18, 19, and 20, I believe.
that correct?
I've got the spreadsheet up myself on my own computer, and it starts in row 20, and you can see the years in the column M.
Okay, great. And then you had a long explanation for it, but I understand that you also critique the marginal emission rate that was used, and so you've adjusted that in your revision. Is that correct?
I have not adjusted the marginal emissions rate, no.
Okay, you haven't adjusted that.
I just commented on it. I've commented it's too high, but.
Okay. So what are you adjusting then in column U? That's just the effective heat rate adjustment?
That's just indicative. It shows the effective heat rate, assuming that, or which could also be used then to calculate the percentage of the time that natural gas is on the margin. For example, in the year 30, if you look at cell U49, that number is simply a calculation from the marginal emissions rate. And that's dividing by the number of pounds per.
Okay, I understand.
That's what it is. And it's just a calculation, in other words.
Okay.
And the next column is a calculation on that.
Okay, great. So the other adjustment you made then is you reduced the assumed life of the project from 30 to 40 years.
That is correct.
From 40 to 30 years.
40 to 30 years, yes. 40 to 30 years.
Okay. And just to be clear, so based on those adjustments that you made to this document, you've adjusted the lifetime avoided emissions to now show a figure of 208,050 short tons of CO2, correct? That's what's shown here, correct?
Just to be clear, if you go to cell S20, I use a lower starting year energy value too. 27,800, you'll see in cell S20.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd made that change as well.
Okay. And so let me just, those three changes are, you changed the date, you moved the date out, you assumed a lower megawatt hour output, and you changed the assumption of the life of the project from 40 to 30 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Based on those changes, you are now calculating the avoided lifetime emissions at approximately 208,000 short tons of CO2 avoided, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you briefly, we asked you some questions in Discovery about your comparison of this project to the Coolidge project. I just want to confirm a couple of items there.
Sure, let me get my testimony on that, okay?
I'm not sure it's in your testimony, and these are pretty quick, so you may not need your testimony. Let me try asking the questions. If you need to refer to something, you can.
Okay.
I think you agree that the Shaftsbury project will use newer equipment than the Coolidge project, correct?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And you agree that Shaftsbury is proposing a bifacial solar module, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, Coolidge did not use bifacial solar modules, correct?
To my knowledge, they did not.
Okay. And you agree that the efficiency of the solar modules has increased since the time Coolidge was installed, correct?
The efficiency has improved over time, yes. However, the amount of, in terms of the wattage per panel has increased, but
okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And I think you acknowledge that you are not an expert in PV model degradation issues, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions from commission folks?
I have a very simple question about the pre-filed testimony, Mr. Amelung. I believe this needs a correction. On page 7, you stated lines 4 to 5 that new battery storage facilities would help minimize grid upgrades and curtailments of renewable generation, but Shaftsbury Solar does include any battery storage. I'm assuming you meant does not include.
Okay, if I missed that is an error. Yes, it does not include. I meant to say does not include. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for actually pointing that out. Yeah.
And then you went on to say if battery storage is added at or near the site, but do you have any knowledge that it may or may not, or was that just a hypothetical?
That's a hypothetical. I don't know if any battery storage has been proposed for nearby that site, but I know that there's a number of battery storage projects that are being proposed in New England. Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Allen.
I just want to verify, Mr. Ameling, the adjustments you made in that spreadsheet that's now in the record, those all were adjustments, or mostly adjustments to the marginal emissions coefficient?
No, I didn't do anything with the marginal emissions coefficient. I simply moved the start year and lowered the energy and shortened the period.
But that's 700 and I'm just trying to, you spoke to the heat rate. The heat rate was adjusted over time. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand the thrust of.
Sure. I was speaking about the changes in the marginal emission rates that were presented from the model. And I did not make any adjustments to anything in the heat rate. When I talked about heat rate, I was just showing the effective heat rate that one would calculate from those marginal rates.
Okay, and you made another comment about the fact that this model applies to energy efficiency and doesn't necessarily capture, the influence of a 20 megawatt solar facility, and that, essentially a better approach to calculating that effect would have been kind of a two runs, one with the 20 megawatt facility and another without. My question that relates to that is whether the marginal emissions coefficients that are essentially tracked in your spreadsheet adequately account for that two model differential approach that you had alluded to.
No, I don't think that the model that was done accounts for that.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Mr. Emmeline, you talked about, for example, curtailments and then a net export of solar from Vermont as well. Would you agree that transmission topology is expected to change over the next 30 to 40 years?
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed.
And would the changes in transmission topology affect output of pretty much any plant or most plants in the region?
Transmission changes would change the amount that could be transmitted, of course, yes.
Great, thank you. And the last question actually came from somebody when I first started my career. Would you agree that a good modeler is the one whose results are least wrong in the long run as opposed to correct?
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you. Those are the only questions I have. Mr. Howe, do you have any questions? All right. Mr. Oshnet, do you have any redirect?
No.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Amelang. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right. We're all set with the witnesses. Just wanted to do a quick check-in on the schedule. My understanding is that the original schedule called for briefs due 14 days after the transcript comes out. Are folks still good with that? And I do have a question. If so, well, I'll stop there. Ms. Westgate.
Petitioner would move to extend the schedule a little bit just to accommodate vacation schedules. I am hoping that we can move it to be 3 weeks from today for the initial brief, and then 2 weeks after that for the reply brief.
Well, oh, sorry. Am I allowed to comment?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think from our perspective, we would like briefs 3 weeks from the transcript and no Monday deadline. So not from today. Today is Monday, if I recall correctly. So try to keep it out of Monday, on Monday. So specifically Friday, what is it, August 19th? That's August 9th or August 16th. I don't know if those, if possible. When is the transcript going to be ready? I don't know. Is that instantaneous?
This is a reporter. It's not instantaneous. It would.
Sorry about that. I forgot you were listening.
Most likely it will be posted the end of next week.
Okay.
Not this week, next week.
Okay, so I don't know. Do we need to pick an absolute date? I'm just suggesting we do it 3 weeks from then, in the week after the 3 weeks from. So the August 19th or 9th or 16th.
Here is fine conceptually with 3 weeks after the transcript, or if we want to pick a date, I think that's fine. I just would ask for 2 weeks on the reply brief.
Right. Do we want to do? And sorry, Kim, did you say the end of this week or the end of next week?
Next week.
Next week. Thank you. So, Ms. Westgate, it sounded like you're amenable to August 16th for initial, and then, which is what Mr. Auschnitz recommended. And then, so initial briefs due August 16th and reply briefs due August 30th. Any concerns with that?
That's fine with us.
Anything else we should talk about? And I do just want to remind folks, any follow-up with respect to the cleaned up joint exhibit on the pre-file testimony and exhibits, and then also Mr. Auschnitz, also the cleaned up cross exhibits as well, specific to the questions that we admitted, that we had discussed earlier.
Are you looking for a schedule for those, or are you?
No.
Okay.
Asked that if you could get those done. I think earlier I'd said by the end of this week. That would be great.
Yeah, that's not going to work for me. I can't do that. I'm believe it or not on vacation after this.
A question for Kim: will that hold up the transcript? I think the clearing up the exhibits will affect the transcript. That's just a guess.
Yeah, I'm going off the record. Yes, because I need the links for the new exhibits. So, and I need to put those in, so that will affect it. It will depend on when I can get those links. You know, the numbers that I put into the transcript so that you can link to the transcript.
How does Wednesday of next week sound? Wednesday of next week?
Okay. Yes, I'm not sure that the transcript would be out on the 26th due to the fact that I'm busy. I'm working the 24th and 25th all day, so to get the links in there would be tight. I'd have to say I'd get it out by Monday, the 29th at that point.
So I'm just gonna throw out, given the hour, I'd suggest if folks can just do a quick regroup and propose a schedule that works, hopefully for all folks. Just wondering if folks are a little bit fresh tomorrow, just some email correspondence might be able to clean this up. And if folks cannot reach an agreement, we'll reach an agreement for you.
Chairman,
Mr. Einhorn.
one comment. Yes, and this may have been overcome by events, but the 16th is the oddity known as Bennington Battle Day.
Yes.
But it sounds like that's going to be a non-issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. So, any objection to folks checking in tomorrow morning and seeing if they can't come up with a compromise, an idea? Seeing Miss Westgate nodding. Great.
It's okay with me.
Sounds good. And if you could keep, thank you, Kim, for throwing in your schedule there as well and the constraints that you have. Appreciate you flagging those. All right. Anything else that we need to discuss? All right. Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate your patience and thanks for getting this done in one day as opposed to two. Enjoy all the free time everyone now has.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Thank you.